presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, The Maltese Falcon. The starring players.
This is Humphrey Bogart.
This is Mary Astor.
This is Sidney Greenstreet.
And this is Peter Lorre.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in Warner Brothers' sensational mystery story, The Maltese Falcon. It stars Humphrey Bogart as Private Detective Sam Spade, Mary Astor as Miss Wonderly, Sidney Greenstreet as Caspar Gutman, and Peter Lorre as Joel Cairo. This is the story of the Maltese Falcon and of the people whose lives it touched and seared. It began in San Francisco when a beautiful young woman, who identified herself as Miss Wonderly, walked into the offices of Spade and Archer, private detectives. Miss Wonderly had just told Sam Spade why she wished to engage detectives when Spade's partner, Miles Archer, entered the office.
Oh, excuse me, Sam.
No, it's all right, Miles. Come in. Miss Wonderly, this is Miles Archer, my partner.
How do you do?
Oh, I'm pleased to meet you.
Miss Wonderly's sister ran away from New York with a fellow named Floyd Thursby. They're here in San Francisco. Miss Wonderly has seen Thursby and has a date with him tonight. Maybe he'll bring the sister with him. The chances are he won't. Miss Wonderly wants us to find the sister, get her away from Thursby, and back home.
But I want you to know that he's a dangerous man. I don't think he'd stop at anything. I don't believe he'd hesitate to kill Corinne, my sister, if he thought it would save him.
Uh-huh. What time is he coming to see you, Miss Wonderly?
After 8 o'clock.
All right, Miss Wonderly, we'll have a man there.
Oh, I'll look after it myself.
Thank you, Mr. Archer. Will $200 be enough for a retainer?
Oh, plenty. Oh, it'll help if you meet Thursby in your hotel lobby, Miss Wonderly.
I will. Thank you again.
Goodbye. Well, Archer, what do you think of her?
Sweet. I'm going to enjoy shadowing her.
Okay, sucker. You call me if you run into any trouble. Hello? Yes, this is Spade.
This is Lieutenant Dundee, Spade.
What's on your mind, Copper?
I thought you might be interested in knowing that your partner, Archer, was found in an alley near the St. Mark, shot through the heart from close range. Blast burnt his coat. Coming down for a look at him before he's moved?
No. You've seen everything I could.
His gun was tucked away on his hip. It hadn't been fired. His overcoat was buttoned. Was he working, Sam? Well?
He was supposed to be tailing a fellow named Floyd Thursby.
What for?
And now don't crowd me. I'll see you after I break the news to Archer's wife.
I'll be there in a couple of hours.
Oh, hello, Copper. Come on in.
Break the news to Archer's wife, Sam?
Uh-huh.
What kind of a gun do you carry?
None. I don't like 'em much.
You don't just happen to have one on you.
Search me. Turn the dump upside down if you want to. I won't squawk if you got a search warrant.
Why were you tailing Floyd Thursby, Sam?
I wasn't. Archer was, for the swell reason that we had a client who was paying good money to have him tailed.
Who's the client?
Sorry, I can't tell you that.
You didn't go to Archer's house to tell his wife. I called up and the girl from your office was there, and she said you told her to go.
What are you leading up to?
Just this, Spade. Floyd Thursby was shot down in front of his hotel about a half an hour after I talked to you.
Oh. I came into my apartment just a few minutes ahead of you. I was walking around thinking things over.
I knew you weren't here. I tried to get you on the phone. Where'd you walk to?
Just around. Thursby die?
Yeah.
How'd I kill him? I forget.
He was shot 4 times in the back.
Hotel people know anything about him?
Nothing. Except he'd been there a week.
Alone?
Alone.
You find out who he was? What his game was?
No, I thought you could tell me that.
I've never seen Thursby dead or alive.
Now, look, Spade. You know me. If you did get Thursby, you'll get a square deal from me. and most of the breaks. I don't know that I'd blame you a lot, man that killed your partner. But that wouldn't keep me from nailing you.
That's fair enough. Now, would you mind scramming? I got some thinking to do, and I'd like to get a little sleep before daylight. Hello? Yeah, this is Sam Spade. Oh, I was just going to call you. Where are you? Well, the Coronet on California Street, apartment 101? What's that? The name's Miss LeBlanc. Okay, I'll be right out. Oh, good morning.
Come in, Mr. Spade. Mr. Spade, I've a terrible, terrible confession to make. That story I told you yesterday was all just a story.
Oh, that. Well, we didn't exactly believe your story, Miss. Is your name Wonderly or LeBlanc?
It's really O'Shaughnessy, Bridget O'Shaughnessy.
Oh. Well, Miss O'Shaughnessy, as I said, we didn't exactly believe your story. We believed your $200.
Oh?
Yes, you see, you paid us too much to be telling the truth.
You knew that when you accepted the money?
Oh, I suspected it. I was positive when Joel Cairo called on me.
Joel Cairo?
Yeah. Yeah, he seems interested in Floyd Thursby, too.
What did he say?
About what?
About me?
Nothing.
Well, what did he talk about?
Well, he offered me $5,000 for a black statuette of a bird. He was pretty sure I had it or knew where it was.
Do you?
Oh, I think I know someone who does, and $5,000 is a lot of money. But right now, the police are trying to find out who hired us to tail Floyd Thursby.
Mr. Spade, do they know about me?
No, I don't think they do. I've been able to stall them so far.
Must they know about me at all, Mr. Spade? Couldn't you manage somehow to shield me from them?
Maybe. But I'll have to know what it's all about.
I can't tell you now. Later I will, when I can. You must trust me, Mr. Spade. Oh, I'm so alone and afraid. I've got nobody to help me if you won't help me. Be generous, Mr. Spade. You're strong. You're brave. You can spare me some of that strength and courage, surely.
Sister, you don't need much of anybody's help. You're good. Chiefly your eyes, I think, and that throb you get in your voice when you say things like, be generous, Mr. Spade.
All right. I deserve that. But the lie was in the way I said it, and not at all in what I said.
Ah, now you are dangerous. Still, Cairo offered me $5,000.
It's far more than I could ever offer you if I must bid for your life.
Yeah, that's good coming from you. Have you given me any of your confidence, any of the truth? I can't go ahead without more confidence in you than I have now.
Can't you trust me just a little while?
How much is a little? And what are you waiting for?
I must talk to Joel Cairo.
Oh. Well, you can see him tonight. I know where to reach him.
Oh, he can't come here. I can't let him know where I am. I'm afraid.
We'll all meet at my place, then.
All right.
I'm delighted to see you again, Miss O'Shaughnessy.
I was sure you would be, Joe. Mr. Spade told me about your offer for the Maltese Falcon. How soon can you have the money ready?
Oh, it is ready.
You are ready to give us $5,000 if we turn the Falcon over to you?
I shall be able to give you the money as soon as the bank opens in the morning.
But I haven't got the Falcon.
Then why did you send for me?
Because I'll have it in another week.
Yes? Where is it?
Where Floyd hid it.
If you know where he hid it, why must we wait a week? And why are you willing to sell it to me?
I'm afraid, after what happened to Floyd, I'm afraid to touch it except to turn it over to somebody else right away.
Exactly what did happen to Floyd?
The fat man.
Gutman? Is he here?
I don't know. I suppose so.
If you two let me interrupt for a second, I can answer that. Gutman is here.
How do you know?
Because he called me and asked me to see him.
Have you?
Not yet. I thought that after our friend Cairo here left, I'd find out just how you and I stand before I took on any more clients.
Now do you know how you and I stand, Sam?
Yeah. If I can believe anything about you. But you're such a liar.
I am a liar. I've always been a liar.
Well, I wouldn't brag about it. Was there any truth at all in that yarn you were telling me about Thursby and the Falcon?
Some. Not very much.
Well, we've got all night before us.
I'm so tired. So tired of lying and thinking up lies and not knowing what is a lie and what is the truth. I wish...
Hey, look, honey. I think I'd better have a talk with Gutman in the morning. Now, Mr. Gutman, shall we talk about the Falcon?
Oh, by all means, Mr. Spade. But first, sir, answer me a question. Are you here as Miss O'Shaughnessy's representative?
Well, there's nothing certain about it either way yet. It depends.
Maybe it depends on Joel Caro.
Maybe.
The question then, Mr. Spade, is which you'll represent. It'll be Miss O'Shaughnessy or Mr. Caro.
I didn't say so.
Who else is there?
There's me.
Oh, well, that's wonderful, sir, wonderful. I do like a man who tells you right out he's looking out for himself. Don't we all?
Uh-huh. Now let's talk about the Blackbird.
Let's, Mr. Spade. Have you any conception of how much money can be got out of that blackbird?
No, but you just tell me what it is, and I'll figure out the profits.
You mean you don't know what that bird is?
I know it's black enamel and about a foot high, and I know the value in human life you people put on it.
Miss O'Shaughnessy didn't tell you what it is?
He offered
And
me
Caro didn't either?
He offered me $10,000 for it.
Do either of them know what that bird is, sir? What is your impression?
Well, there's not much to go by, but I don't think so.
If they don't know, I'm the only one in the whole wide, sweet world who does.
Good. And when you tell me, there'll be two of us.
Mathematically correct, sir. But I don't know for certain that I'm going to tell you.
If you think again and think fast, you'll do your talking today or you're through. What are you wasting my time for? I can get along without you.
That remains to be seen, Mr. Spade. There are ways...
And there's another thing. Keep that gunman of yours away from me while you're making up your mind, or I'll kill him.
Well, sir, I must say you have a very violent temper.
Think it over. You got till 5:30, then you're either in or out for keeps.
Wilma.
I'm gonna kill that guy. I could have done it easy when he was standing there with his back to me.
Of course you could, my boy. But business before pleasure. And we'll be seeing Mr. Spade again before 5:30.
Act One of The Maltese Falcon, starring Peter Lorre, Sidney Greenstreet, Mary Esther, and Humphrey Bogart. Act Two in just a moment. But first, here's a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
Some weeks ago, I was being shown through a shipyard, one of the largest in the country, and stopped to chat with a young woman wearing a safety mask. It gave her a stern, rather severe look, but when she removed the mask to chat with me, she was young and blonde and very lovely. Her skin looked so dainty and fresh that I just couldn't resist saying, "My, you look as though you just stepped out of a bandbox." She laughed and said, "Oh, I've been on the job since early this morning, and I haven't even had time to repowder my face. But after all, I do use your powder, you know." Of course, she's only one of millions of busy, important women who use Lady Esther face powder, partly because of its remarkable clinging quality. They explain that when they use Lady Esther face powder, they have the comfortable feeling that their skin always looks smooth and fresh, never streaked, caked, or shiny. But that's only one of the reasons why more lovely women now use Lady Esther face powder than any other kind. There are two other important reasons. First, the texture of my powder is so flattering that it hides little lines and blemishes, makes your skin look younger. And second, the shades of Lady Esther face powder are so rich, vivid, and alive, they give new interest, a look of new beauty to your skin. And both the unusual texture and the flattering shades are the result of my patented twin hurricane method of making face powder. So if you'd like to have your skin look softer, smoother, younger, and look that way for hours at a time, just try Lady Esther face powder.
reprizes on the second act of The Maltese Falcon, starring Humphrey Bogart as Sam Spade, Mary Astor as Bridget O'Shaughnessy, Sidney Greenstreet as Casper Gutman, the Fat Man, and Peter Lorre as Joel Cairo. Late in the afternoon, following Sam Spade's visit to Gutman's apartment, a dying man staggered into Spade's office and collapsed on the floor. He died before he could speak to Spade, but his papers identified him as Captain Jacoby of the steamship La Paloma, and clutched to his bullet-torn chest was the Maltese Falcon. After depositing the Falcon in a railroad station check room and mailing the identification check to his private post office box, Sam met Bridget O'Shaughnessy and took her to his apartment.
You know, Sam, I never would have placed myself in this position if I hadn't trusted you completely.
Oh, that again?
But you know that's so.
You don't have to trust me as long as you can persuade me to trust you.
But Sam, darling.
Well, I think we better let it go at that until we see what happens after Gutman gets here.
The fat man? Here?
Certainly, why not? Anyway, that should be him. So it's too late to change our plans. I'll be right back. Oh, hello, Gutman.
Good evening, sir.
I see you brought company. I can understand the gunman, but I didn't know Cairo was a friend of yours.
No, we're old acquaintances. Now that we're all here, let's go in and sit down and be comfortable and talk.
Oh, sure. Come on in. Now, look, Angel. Gutman brought a couple of friends along.
Good evening, Miss O'Shaughnessy.
Hello, Joe.
You look unusually charming this evening, my dear.
Thanks.
The gunsel doesn't talk, Angel. Get away from me, punk.
Stand still and shut up.
Listen, you're not going to frisk me, touch me, and I'm going to make you use that gun. Ask your boss if he wants me shot up before we talk.
Never mind, Wilma. Oh, you're certainly a most headstrong and unpredictable individual, Mr. Spade. Now, why did you send for me?
You ready to make the first payment and take the Falcon off my hands?
The Falcon?
That's right, Angel. I've got it.
Well, sir, I have in this envelope $10,000.
10,000? Oh, we were talking about more money than that.
Yes, sir, we were, but there are more of us to be taken care of now.
Well, that may be, but I've got the Falcon.
I shouldn't think it would be necessary to remind you, Mr. Spade, that though you may have the Falcon, yet we certainly have you.
Yes, I'm trying not to let that worry me, but let the money wait. There's another thing to be taken care of first. We've got to have a fall guy.
I beg your pardon?
Police have got to have a victim, somebody they can stick for those 3 murders.
Two. Only 2 murders, Mr. Spade. Thursby undoubtedly killed your partner.
All right, 2 then. Well, the point I've got to give the police, a victim when the time comes. If I don't, I'll be it. Let's give him Wilmer here.
Why, you dirty
He
rat.
actually did shoot Thursby and Jacoby, didn't he? Anyway, he's made to order for the part. Let's turn him over to them.
By gad, so you are a character, that you are. There's never any telling what you'll say or do next, except that it's bound to be something astonishing.
Well, it's our best bet. With him in their hands, the police will forget the rest of us.
Your plan is not at all practical, sir. Let's not say anything more about it.
All right. I have another suggestion. Let's give him Cairo.
Well, by gad, sir.
Suppose we give him you, Mr. Spade, or Miss O'Shaughnessy. How about that, huh?
Sam, you wouldn't.
You people want the Falcon, I've got it. The fall guy is part of the price I'm insisting on.
You seem to forget you're not in a position to insist on anything.
No? If you kill me, how are you going to get the Falcon?
By gad, sir, you are a character.
Well?
Well, what else can I do? I'm sorry, Wilma. Terribly sorry. I want you to know that I couldn't be any fonder of you if you were my own son. But, well, if you lose a son, it's possible to get another. And there's only one Maltese Falcon.
You rat, I'll kill you for this.
Thank you, Mr. Spade. When you're as young as Wilma, one simply doesn't understand these things.
And how about some coffee, Bridget? Put the pot on, will you? I don't like to leave my guests.
Surely. Anything to get out of here.
Now, sir, let's get down to business.
I ought to have more than 10,000.
Of course, sir, you understand this is the first payment. You still don't understand the Falcon's worth.
Well, a black enamel bird can't be worth millions.
But it is. Otherwise, I should not have spent 17 years of my life trying to acquire it. The black enamel you refer to, sir, is merely camouflage, covering a solid gold bird encrusted from head to foot with the finest jewels.
Okay. So I get millions later. How's about 15,000 now?
Frankly and candidly, and on my word of honor as a gentleman, 10,000 I gave you is all the money I can raise right now.
But you didn't say positively.
Positively.
Well, if that's the best you can do, it's the best you can do. But it's understood the punk has to stand as the fall guy.
That is part of our agreement, sir.
Okay, I'll make a phone call. The Falcon will be here in an hour.
It's a fake. Huh? This is not the Maltese Falcon. This is a lead imitation covered with the same enamel. See where I've shaved it off with a knife lead? Pure lead.
You bungled it. You, Gutman. You and your stupid attempt to buy it from the Russian who owned it. He caught on to how valuable it was. No wonder we had so little trouble stealing it. You imbecile. You bloated idiot.
Well, sir, what do you suggest? Shall we stand here and shed tears and call each other names? Or shall we pay the Russian another call in Istanbul?
Are you going?
17 years I've wanted that little item, and I intend to get it. Another year, well, sir, that will be an additional expenditure of time on only 5 15/17%.
I go with you.
Good. And Wilma?
Wilma,
Where is the boy?
He must have made his getaway while we were unwrapping the Falcon.
A swell lot of thieves.
Well, sir, I left to ask you to return my 10,000.
I held up my end. It's your hard luck, not mine, if you didn't get what you wanted.
I'm sorry, but I must insist.
Oh, a hideout gun, huh? Okay.
Thank you, sir. The shortest farewells are the best. Adieu. And to you, Miss O'Shaughnessy, I leave the fake Falcon as a little memento. Oh, come, Carl.
Hello, police department. Lieutenant Dundee there. Put him on. Tell him Sam Spade's calling. Now, look, Angel. Gutman and Cairo will talk when the cops nail him about us. We've only got minutes to get set for the police. Now, give me your whole story fast.
Well, where shall I begin?
The day you first came to my office. Why did you want Thursby shadowed?
I suspected him of betraying me to Gutman, and I wanted to find out.
That's a lie. Gutman tried to make a deal with him. You had Thursby hooked, and you knew it. You wanted to get him out of the way before Captain Jacoby arrived with the Falcon. Isn't that so? What was your scheme?
I thought if he saw someone following him, he might be frightened into going away.
Now, look, Archer hadn't many brains, but he wasn't clumsy enough to be spotted the first night. You must have told Thursby he was being followed.
I told him. Yes. But please believe me, Sam, I wouldn't have told him if I'd thought Floyd would kill him.
If you thought he wouldn't kill Archie, you were right, Angel.
Didn't he?
Arch had been a detective too long to be caught shadowing a man up a blind alley with his gun tucked away in his hip and his overcoat buttoned. But he'd have gone up there with you, Angel. He was just dumb enough for that.
Sam.
And then you could have stood as close to him as you liked, there in the dark. Put a hole through him with a gun you'd gotten from Thursby that evening.
Don't talk to me like that, Sam. You know I didn't.
Now, the police will be blowing in any minute now, Angel. Talk.
Oh, why do you accuse me of such a terrible...
Why did you shoot Archer? You thought Thursby would tackle him and one or the other would go down. If Thursby was killed, then you were rid of him. If it was Archer, then you could see that Thursby was caught. Was that it?
Something.
And when you find out that Thursby didn't mean to tackle Archie, you borrowed the gun and did it yourself, right?
I guess so.
I know so. You didn't know Gutman was here looking for you until you learned Thursby was shot. Then you needed another protector. So you came back to me.
Yes, but... Oh, sweetheart, it wasn't only that. I would have come back to you sooner or later. From the very first instant I saw you, I knew that...
Ah, you angel. Well, if you get a good break, you'll be out of San Quentin in 20 years.
Sam, you're not...
Yes, Angel. I'm going to send you over. But if they hang you, I'll always remember you.
Don't, Sam. Don't say that. Even in fun.
It's not fun. I happen to be in the detective business, and you killed my partner. It's bad business to let the killer get away with it. Bad for every detective in this country. You're taking the fall.
You've been playing with me. Only pretending you cared. To trap me like this. You didn't care at all. You don't love me.
I think I do. But what of it? I won't play the sap for you.
You know it's not like that. You can't say that.
I am saying it.
You know down deep in your heart, you know that in spite of everything I've done, I love you.
I don't care who loves who. You killed Archer. You're going over for it. Come in. Oh, hello, Copper.
Hello, Sam.
You get Gutman in Cairo?
We got Cairo. Gutman's dead. Kid Wilmer had just finished shooting him when we got there.
So I ought to have expected that. You better put the cuffs on Angel, Copper. We're taking her down to the station.
What charge?
Sam.
Murder. She shot Miles Archer. Oh, and you better bring that black bird along, too, Copper. It's part of the evidence against Cairo.
Hey, this is heavy. What's it made of?
The stuff that dreams are made of.
And so ends the story of the Maltese Falcon. Thank you, Mary Esther, Humphrey Bogart, Sidney Greenstreet, and Peter Lorre for appearing with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players tonight, and also for telling us a most exciting story.
It was our pleasure, Mr. Bradley. We all had a wonderful time making the picture, and the radio version tonight brought back some wonderful memories. Then, too, knowing that the benefits from these programs support the Motion Picture Country House and Clinic give us an added incentive. And now, before we tell you about next week's program, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Astor. Ladies, you know it's surprising the number of letters new users of Lady Esther face powder have sent me in the last few months. So many of them say the same thing, that Lady Esther face powder is an entirely different kind of powder, that it does wonderful things for the appearance of the skin, makes it look softer, smoother, and often years younger. Well, Lady Esther face powder is more flattering, more becoming, because my powder isn't just mixed, just blended like ordinary face powder. It's made by a method new, unique, exclusively mine. You see, Lady Esther face powder is blown at whirling speed by my famous twin hurricanes. Yes, my patented twin hurricane process blows and whips color and powder particles together until they're evenly married, blended into a fine, smooth, sheer mist of beauty, finer in texture and truer in shade than powder ever made by ordinary methods. That's why Lady Esther face powder smooths on so much more evenly, and why the shades of my powder are so clear and alive. They make your skin younger looking, more vivid, far lovelier. Why don't you try Lady Esther face powder and see how much happier you'll be with the appearance of your skin?
Before we tell you about next week's program, Humphrey Bogart has a word to say from our government.
As you all know, the Third War Loan Drive is on full steam, the drive to back the attack our fighting forces are making against our enemies. As our share toward victory, we at home must buy $15 billion worth of war bonds, which means each one of us must dig down deeper into our own pockets. Each of us must buy at least one extra bond this month. We have to win this war, and we will win, all right. But how soon we win is up to every one of us. So buy an extra war bond this week, sure, to help speed our day to victory.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present highlights from Warner Brothers' great new musical picture, Thank Your Lucky Stars. It will star Joan Leslie, Dennis Morgan, Dinah Shore, and Eddie Cantor. Be sure to listen. Humphrey Bogart can soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production, Thank Your Lucky Stars. Mary Astor is currently playing in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Technicolor production, Thousands Cheer. Sidney Greenstreet and Peter Lorre appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. To help your government save tin, buy the larger size of Lady Esther face cream, and at the same time, you will save yourself money to invest in war bonds and stamps. Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther. Thank you. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Screen Directors Playhouse. Stars, Tallulah Bankhead, Jeff Chandler. Production, Lifeboat. Director, Alfred Hitchcock.
This is the Screen Directors Playhouse.
the Thursday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you 5 nights a week by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Ladies and gentlemen, once again we are pleased to salute the Hollywood screen directors and to present for the first time on the air an hour-long radio performance of Lifeboat. May I now introduce tonight's guest director, the creator of such remarkable films as Shadow of a Doubt, Spellbound, Rebecca, and, of course, Lifeboat, Mr. Alfred Hitchcock.
Thank you. But I think you should know that Lifeboat is not what we call a director's picture. There are no trick sets, no camera tricks, in fact, no tricks at all. When the director approaches such a picture, he offers up a little prayer and delivers himself wholly into the hands of his actors. Since they are very good actors, the result is just as you shall hear it now, as we present Lifeboat, starring Tallulah Bankhead in her original role of Connie, and Jeff Chandler as Kovac.
July 8th, 1943. I'm somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic, alone in a lifeboat. This is Constance Porter, Connie to my friends. Friends in New York, London, Paris, Rome, Berlin, Vienna, Prague, Warsaw, Chungking, and points east, north, west, and south. At the moment, I'm seated at my typewriter reporting as a syndicated foreign correspondent the demise of the freighter, the SS Argo, torpedoed only a few moments ago by a Nazi submarine, and of which I am a late passenger. Naturally, I mean the SS Argo. Already the swirling water is filled with all sorts of debris, flotsam and jetsam, such as one would expect from this sort of predicament. And in the foreground, even in this dense fog, outlined against the murky sky, is an unforgettable panorama of a huge smokestack disappearing below the water's surface. As it draws its last breath from its round belly, clanging shrilly, are the bells defiantly protesting a watery grave. This is war, my friends. War. Well, I'll be a son of a... How do you like this? Shut up. Can't you see I've got a run in my stocking?
Give me a hand, will you? I'm all in.
Hold it, darling. Where'd I get my camera? What a shot.
Oh, please.
Only take a second. There. Now I'm at liberty to haul you in. Up you go.
Oh, thanks.
Oil all over you. Now it's all my clothes.
I'm sorry. I couldn't find a towel in the water.
Here.
Yeah, you got a cigarette?
Here you are, a light.
Cigarette case and a lighter. You're introducing a new style for lifeboats, aren't you? I don't get you with all this luggage about you. Your get-up, you certainly don't look like somebody who's just been shipwrecked.
Man, I certainly feel like it. Look at this diamond bracelet. Clasp busted. There's a run in my stockings. And one of my fingernails is broken. I've never been so buffeted about in my life. Say, I wonder what became of Joe.
Joe? Who's Joe?
My steward, the colored man who helped me into this boat.
This is a number 3 boat. It's not in good shape. The U-boat got a shot at it.
I didn't stop to examine its shell holes. It looked mighty good to me hanging on the thing. Joe said it would float. That was good enough for me.
How did he ever get it launched?
I don't know. I was busy taking pictures. But he did, and he got me into it, and my typewriter and things, and safely away from the undertow when the ship went down. Then there was a cry from the fog, somebody calling for help, and over he went. You haven't seen anything of him, have you?
No.
What part of the ship are you from, darling?
Engine room. Name's Kovac. When I got topside, it was a shambles.
Terrific, wasn't it? Reminded me of an air raid that once hit me in Chungking.
Reminded me of a slaughterhouse I once worked in Chicago. Those Nazi buzzards. A tin fish ain't enough. They got to shell us, too. Better look around for some of the others before the U-boat surfaces again and sees us.
She won't surface. One of our shells got her.
You sure?
She was killed dead, darling.
Did you see it?
I not only saw it, I photographed it.
Oh. Well, Constance Porter, I heard you were aboard, so you took pictures, huh?
Nothing else but... Oh, I caught some wonderful shots on deck. A little bunch of people running around on their lifeboats. They look kind of slow and fat and heavy with their life belts on. And, oh, terribly lonesome, darling. And then a shell hit the lifeboat and they all jumped overboard. I got a beautiful shot of the freighter going down. And, oh, wait till you see the one of the U-boat crew jumping overboard. And look, there's a lovely touch floating by us now. A baby bottle half full of milk. I'll get my camera. Reach over and pull it near us so I can get a close-up. Go on.
Anything for you.
Thanks, chum. A little to the left, huh?
Far to the left, I say. Here goes.
Why did you break the bottle?
Why didn't you wait for the baby to float by and photograph that?
Well, I'll be... Now, look here,
Get
Cobra.
away.
Watch out for my camera.
Yeah, sure. Where are you?
Over here.
You purposely knocked my camera out of my hands into the water, you stupid clumsy
Where
son.
are you?
Here, the three of them.
All right, we're coming.
Why did you knock that camera out of my hands? It was absolutely irreplaceable stuff. Priceless and the best film I ever took in my life. And it goes to the bottom of the sea.
It's better than going there yourself.
I wouldn't have parted with that film for $1 million. I'll never get another chance to get stuff
All
like
right,
that.
shut
Why-
up. I'll throw you in that mink coat you're wearing right where you both belong.
Oh, Kovac, it's good to be alive. It's good to see you.
Yeah, it's a mean-looking gash in your leg, Gus. You better lie
Well,
still.
don't worry about me. Go help Mr. Rittenhouse or Alice.
Oh, he's all right. And Alice, smart guy, you'll get shipwrecked with a Red Cross nurse. That's using your head.
My leg, it's leaking.
Huh?
Hey, I'm not going to be stuck with a gimpy leg, am I?
Ah, not enough to interfere with your jitterbugging.
Jive, huh?
Yeah, you tell her, Kovacs.
He's the champion hoofer of the Merchant Marine, Alice.
Yeah, that ain't all. Tell her what I done in Jersey City.
Later. Let's go forward, Kovac.
Okay.
Once at Roseland, I copped 2 prizes in 1
Now
year.
you rest. I'll be right back.
Well, I'll be waiting.
Oh, that's a pretty right guy. Any other man will be crying mad with pain.
Kovac, there's no sulfonilamide in the kid. His wound's full of dirt and oil.
What are we going to do?
Only God knows.
I tell you, Connie, I thought everybody was killed. I never expected to see you alive.
I'm practically immortal, darling. I've got 9 lives, and I've only used up 3 or 4.
I thought I was done for. We were playing poker in the saloon.
Porter, you're the only person aboard with a blanket. I'd like it to cover Gus.
Take it. Don't ask.
Look, chum, I'll do my own charity work if and when I want to. And right
Here's
now...
the blanket, Alice.
Thanks.
Well, share and share alike, I always say.
That's right.
Young man, who are you?
Engine crew, oiler. Name's Kovac.
Rittenhouse is my name?
I'm glad to... Rittenhouse.
That's right.
C.J. Rittenhouse, the richest man in America.
So I have been led to believe.
Rit,
Yes?
in the water. What's that crawling towards us?
Looks like we'll soon be having a couple more guests.
And don't say there isn't room enough, Miss Porter.
I didn't say that. And
You're
besides...
closest to the steering oar. Start rowing.
Well,
That's a nice little girl.
do your own rowing.
Go on, row. Mr. Rittenhouse, you give me a hand.
Of course.
A little more to the left, Miss Porter.
I don't need your advice. I rowed boats before you were born. Oh, dear, what am I saying?
Enough, Miss Porter. Over here, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okie dokie.
Hey, it's Joe. Joe, here, grab my arm.
Kovac.
Yeah.
Never mind me. Get a hold of Miss Higgins and the baby.
Okay. Here we go, Miss Higgins.
Oh, my baby.
You're all right. Come on. Up you go.
Joe, my Stuart, Joe.
Hello, Miss Porter.
Hello.
Won't you please take care of the baby? Miss Higgins, she kept fighting me all the time in the water. She wanted to drown the baby. Put herself with it.
Baby, my baby.
What are you waiting for, Miss Porter?
Oh, yes, of course, Miss Higgins, if you like.
No.
My dear, really, it's quite all right. My hands are clean.
No, nobody will touch my baby.
No, darling, I assure you I'm perfectly capable of handling a child. Although I admit I haven't had too much experience. You see, I never could spare the time. But don't let that worry you. There, you see? You see, it isn't even frightened of me. Not even a peep out of the deal.
No, give it back to me.
Mrs. Higgins, it's all right. Now you just lie down here. We'll take care of you and your baby.
Who are you?
My name's Alice, and I'm a nurse.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
For heaven's sake, she's fainted.
I'll take care of her.
Yeah, go ahead.
Rather depressing. Here, nurse. Better cover her with my coat.
That's very generous of you.
Forget it. What are you staring at, Kovac?
You. Aren't you going to be lonesome without the mink?
Don't worry. There's plenty more where this one came from. I have 4 more just like it at home.
If you ever get home.
Of course I will. Now disappear, huh? You're waking the baby.
Better give it to me.
Why? The child is very comfortable right where she is.
Miss Porter, let me have the baby.
I should say not.
Miss Porter, the baby's dead.
Oh, dear God.
And so ends the first act of our Screen Directors Playhouse production of Lifeboat, starring Tallulah Bankhead and Jeff Chandler. Everywhere today, people who for years have sought a fast-acting way to relieve the pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia are turning to Anacin. And it's interesting to know that these remarkable tablets work with incredible speed to relieve the pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. In fact, thousands of people have been handed envelopes containing Anacin tablets by their own physicians or dentists. If you have not already been introduced to Anacin in this way, why not try Anacin next time you suffer headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pains? On this generous basis, if the first few tablets do not bring all the relief you want as fast as you want it, return the unused portion and your money will be refunded in full. Anacin is spelled Anacin. Easy-to-take Anacin tablets come in handy boxes of 12 and 30 and economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100. Now, back to the second act of the Screen Directors Playhouse production of Lifeboat, starring Tallulah Bankhead and Jeff Chandler.
Back at my typewriter, I've begun a log of our adventure aboard this shabby and overcrowded lifeboat. This is our second day at sea. This morning we awakened, we discovered that Mrs. Higgins was no longer a member of our party. During the night, she slipped overboard and joined her child. Another tragedy of this unholy war. But we gained another passenger shortly thereafter. Ironically, a Nazi seaman from the U-boat which sank our freighter. From the moment of his arrival, it has become my privilege, did I say privilege, to serve as his interpreter, since I'm the only one who speaks German. As the men rig the makeshift sails, it is apparent that thunder, in the form of friend Kovac, is about to burst.
Ich bin Ihnen sehr dankbar. Sie haben mein Leben gerettet. Es tut mir leid, dass wir Ihr Schiff versenken müssten.
Hell, what's he whining about?
He merely is saying that he's very grateful to us for saving his life and regrets very much the U-boat was compelled to sink our ship.
Ask him why they shelled our lifeboats.
Warum schießen Sie auf Rettungsboote?
Befehl des Kapitäns.
Those are his captain's orders.
Ask him if he's a captain.
Sind Sie der Kapitän des U-boats?
Nein, ich bin nur ein Mann der Besetzung. Kein Offizier.
He denies he's a captain or officer. He's just a crew member.
A crew member or skipper. He's German. That's what I can't stomach.
Well, a guy can't help being a German if he's born a German, can he?
Neither can a rattlesnake help being a rattlesnake if he's born a rattlesnake. That don't make him a nightingale.
Oh, Gus, isn't that a pair of new nylons on your hand?
Oh, it's a fine time to discuss nylons.
Please, Gus, who are they for?
Well, they're a present for my girl Rosie in New York.
Oh, you know, I've gone through earthquakes, pestilence, war, and shipwreck with my head bloody and unbowed. But there's one thing I know I can't survive. With this run in my stocking.
Oh, no.
Darling, it does things for my morale.
Throw the Nazi buzzard overboard.
Don't be silly, darling. He can't very well get off in the middle of the ocean, can he?
Throw him off.
It's out of the question. It's against the law.
Whose law, Mr. Rittenhouse? We're on our own here. We make our own laws.
Now, wait. This man was acting under orders. Our freighter was an enemy ship. After all, we're at war.
Was Mrs. Higgins at war? Was her baby at war?
Sie sprechen sehr gut Deutsch. Haben Sie Beziehung in Deutschland?
Nicht, dass ich weiß.
What did he say?
He says I speak his language well. He asked whether I had any German connections.
Have you?
Certainly not.
How come you know the lingo so well? And how come when I climbed into this lifeboat that you were the only one in it, all dressed up like you knew you were going someplace?
Because I was going someplace. I was going into a lifeboat.
You certainly didn't forget to bring plenty of luggage along.
Luggage? You silly, ridiculous ass. What is this? Are you insinuating?
You seem to be pretty anxious to stand up for your friend here.
What do you mean, my friend?
Now, wait a minute. Let's keep our shirts on.
I haven't got a shirt, Mr. Rittenhouse, or a mink coat either.
Oh, I get it. A fellow traveler. I thought the Comintern was dissolved.
Now, children.
Throw him overboard and then stick around and watch him drown. And when he goes down, I'll dance a jig like Hitler did when France went down.
You're not alone here, Kovac. Let's leave the decision to the majority. That's the American way. Gus?
Well, for the record, I'm an American, see, but I'm in kind of a spot because my name is Gus Schmidt, see, and I changed it to Smith. That's what I got against these guys more than anything else because they made me ashamed of the name I was born with. And I say chuck 'em to the sharks.
Alice?
I don't understand people hurting each other or killing each other. It seems to me he should be turned over to the proper authorities.
So do I. I'll talk to the man. Perhaps I can get some information from him.
Material for your book?
Incidentally.
What about you, Joe?
Do I get to vote, too?
Why, yes, certainly.
I guess I'd rather stay out of this.
That makes it 3-2, the German states.
Well, let's get down to business. Let's begin by unfurling the sail. Joe, you take that detail.
Yes, sir.
Kovac?
One moment, Kovac. You know something about machinery, don't you?
A little.
Well, see if you can fix this clasp on my bracelet.
Okay, give me a hand.
Gently.
Very gently. I don't even mind if I don't touch it. Miss Porter, I've read a lot of your stuff.
Darling, how utterly charming.
You want to know what's the matter with it?
No, do tell me.
You've been all over the world. You've met all kinds of people, but you never write about them. You only write about yourself. You think the whole war's a show put on for you to cover as a correspondent, like a Broadway play. If enough people die before the last act, maybe you might give it 4 stars.
All right, Tavares. Now you listen to me.
Janeway, here comes the sail. Heads down or heads up.
Folks, we're underway.
Well, where to?
Yeah?
Where are we going?
Bermuda.
What about the course?
Well, anybody here know the course to Bermuda?
Well, I was at the wheel when we got punctured, and the course was 315 east-southeast.
Take the tiller, Kovac. East-southeast it is.
Which way is east-southeast? Without a compass?
What about the sun?
With the sun this high, it's pretty hard to tell the points of a compass. I think it's out that way.
You think? I'll tell you the direction in one moment. I'll ask the German. Können Sie an die Richtung Ost-Südost angeben?
Den Weg, bitte sehr.
He says east-southeast is in that direction.
How does he know?
He ought to know. I was under the impression his sub was operating around here, wasn't it?
You suppose he'd lead us to Bermuda, British territory?
Don't you suppose he'd rather be a prisoner of war in Bermuda than here?
I don't trust him.
Kovac, you're prejudiced and you can't think straight. If anybody's in a position to know where we are and where Bermuda is, he's the one.
Who says so?
We'll follow the Germans' course.
Who elected you, Skipper?
Well, is there anybody else you'd rather have?
What do you know about a ship?
Well, among other things, he just happens to own a shipyard, that's all.
Has he ever been in it?
He has thousands of employees. He knows how to handle men.
Not in a lifeboat. What we need's an able seaman. How about you, Gus?
Well, me? Well, now, right now, I'm kind of a disabled seaman with this leg. How about yourself, Kovacs?
That clunk run this boat with what? An oil can? If you're talking about a skipper, we've got a skipper right on this boat, the German.
But he wasn't the captain.
Wasn't he? Herr Captain.
Yeah?
There you are, ladies and gentlemen. There's your skipper. What about it?
You mean you want to turn the boat over to the man who sunk our freighter and shelled our lifeboats?
I mean, I want you to turn over the boat to the man obviously best qualified to run it.
You're crazy.
Well, why shouldn't he take charge, Kovac?
Because I'm taking charge.
Since when?
As of now, I'm skipper. Anybody don't like it can get out and swim to Bermuda. What about that?
I'll buy it.
Suits me.
Me too, Kovac.
The good old American way, Mr. Rittenhouse.
That typewriter went with me everywhere. Paris, Berlin, Rome, Berlin.
Now, Connie, quit grousing. You've been saying the same thing over and over for 3 days now.
Why shouldn't I grouse? Little by little, I'm being stripped of all my earthly possessions. First, my camera. Well, I don't mind the loss of the camera so much, but the film in it. I get ill when I think of it. Then my blanket goes. Then my fur coat. Mrs. Higgins could have had at least been considerate enough to return it to me before she jumped overboard. Say, Kovac, where did you get that memo pad in your hand?
I borrowed it from you to make a deck of cards.
Do you mean to say that you opened my bag?
It was open. How about a little poker?
Okie dokie.
Did you win, Miss Porter?
With the deck you made, darling?
Jack's openers?
That'll do for a starter.
Dollar limit?
Okie dokie. Got the deal.
Your deal. Now, wait, I'll take off my jacket.
No shirt underneath, Rick. Look at all that pretty tattooing. What are those letters on your diaphragm, Kovac?
Love letters.
So you believe in advertising.
I open.
I never could fathom this quaint business of making a billboard out of one's torso.
Stay. 3 cards.
I must say, however, that you've shown commendable delicacy just tattooing the initial and not printing the names, addresses, and telephone numbers. Let's see now, how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Remind me to show you the rest of them sometime.
Kovac.
Yes, Alice?
I just removed the bandages from Gus's wound. Better come on over to his corner with me.
Yeah, sure.
I'll have a look, too.
Boy, Michael, looks like a leg of lamb, don't it?
Fräulein Porter.
Jawohl?
Das Bein muss amputiert werden.
What did he say, Miss Porter?
Amputiert? Hier?
Jawohl, unverzüglich. Die Operation muss sofort gemacht werden, oder der Mann wird sterben.
What's the Nazi saying?
Gus, I'm afraid your leg.
Gangrene?
Jawohl, gangrene.
Gus, Alice, the leg will have to be amputated once.
Oh, no, I've never even seen an amputation.
Unter den gegebenen Umständen halten Sie es vielleicht für unangemessen, meine Dienste in Anspruch zu nehmen. Aber ich bin Schur vom Beruf und habe viele Amputationen durchgeführt.
He says he knows he's an enemy, and technically our prisoner, so perhaps we won't care to trust him with the operation, but he's willing to do it. He was a surgeon in civilian life. He's done many operations.
Yeah, if he did, they were probably illegal.
No dice. I don't want no operation.
Darling, you want to live, don't you?
Not with one leg.
Oh, don't be a sap, Gus.
You don't understand.
Sure I do. Rosie.
What's Rosie got to do with it?
Everything. If I lose my leg, I lose Rosie.
If she was the right kind of woman,
now, Kovac, you take that back.
Darling, don't pay any attention to that human 24 sheet. You listen to me. I may not know Rosie, but I know women. Some of my best friends are women. And one of them is that kind of a...
What kind of a...
A free soul.
Yeah, that's Rosie.
An independent spirit who lives her own life.
Yeah, that's Rosie all over.
With a heart that embraces all humanity. Her motto is to give.
Yeah, Rosie, give anybody the shirt off her back. She's got a heart that's as big as her head.
And you want to break it.
Oh, me?
Well, you'd rather die than trust her.
Oh, who says I don't trust her? It's Al Margolian I don't trust. He knew Rosie before I did, and she swore to me that there was nothing between them, and maybe there wasn't. But this Rosie, she's human just like anybody else. It ain't like we was married or we had a home and all. And maybe we should have got hitched before I left on our last cruise, and I guess I should have took care of that insurance because Rosie kept asking me about it. Well, you see, the kid's always thinking of me.
Well, that's why you've got to think of her. Back home, waiting for you, putting on a brave front, dancing, smiling, and apparently having a good time. But all the while, her heart's aching, torn with loneliness and uncertainty, not knowing whether you're dead or alive. And then at last to find out that you risked your life, perhaps died, just because you had no faith in her. Oh, God, forgive me.
Yeah, the poor kid, she'd be broken-hearted when she... Well, what are you all waiting for? Let's go.
How can the German perform the amputation without instruments? There's no anesthetic.
Easy, Alice. Kovac's loaned him his knife. So the anesthetic, the best we had to offer was my flask of brandy. It'll help kill the pain.
Oh, yummy. Boy, do I feel pretty good. Hey, Kovac.
Yeah, Gus.
What'd you want to say that about Rosie?
Oh, I'm sorry, kid.
Well, you take it back.
Okay, I take it back.
How do you feel, Gus?
I'll never forget you, Miss Porter.
Ihr Fahrzeug, bitte.
Alice, we'll go with the doctor. Take my lighter to sterilize the instrument.
Yes.
Hi, nice.
Hi, Gus.
Well, anyway, it's an experience.
Sure. sure.
Hey, Kovac, when Rosie and I get hitched, I want you to be my best man.
Glad to.
Yeah, pal, you're the best pal I have in the world.
All right, come on. Have a drink on me.
Yeah, sure. Guess I ought to have my head examined. I didn't have to go to sea. I could have got a job in a defense plant making good jack. Or I could have joined the Army, even the Navy. Instead of that, I had to stay in that stinking old rust building.
Einer muss am Steuer stehen.
We want somebody at the tiller.
Take it, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okie dokie.
Hey, Miss Porter.
Call me Connie.
Hi, babe.
Hi, Tuck.
Give us a kiss. Eh?
What are we waiting for, pal?
Here's to you, Connie. Last drop in the bottle. Bottoms up.
Bottoms up.
Hey, Joe, what'd you stop playing for? Give us a little music. Yeah.
Okay, Gus.
None of that slicker music. Yeah, come on, boogie it up. Let's have a jam session.
Yes, sir.
Fräulein Porter.
Jawohl?
Kuss auf die Wellen. Das Boot muss so ruhig gehalten werden wie möglich.
Go back. He wants the boat held steady as possible.
Head her into the sea, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Apple tree with anyone else but me. Anyone else but me. Anyone else but anyone else but me. Anyone else but anyone else but you won't dance with anyone else, will you, Rosie? Will you, Rosie? Will you, Rosie? Will you dance?
Out like a light.
Ready, Herr Doctor?
Jawohl.
Well, chums, is there anyone here who knows how to pray?
The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul.
The third act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Lifeboat continues in just a minute. But now, here's a word from RCA Victor. How do you like your dramas? Comic, tragic, mysteries, romantic, old or new? It doesn't matter. You get them all on television today. How do you like your opera? Grand, comic, soap, or horse? Oh, it doesn't matter. You get them all on television today. Yes, from ball games to ballroom dancing, from stamp clubs to nightclubs, the whole world of entertainment will be yours to watch once you buy the television set you're longing for. If you're a typical American, you'll want that set to be an RCA Victor. Already, more than 1 million American families have bought RCA Victor television. It's literally million-proof, proven in over 1 million homes. The 18 beautiful new RCA Victor million-proof models leave you with no excuse to wait. Embark immediately on the television way of life, the RCA Victor way. Don't you be left stranded on the shore. See your RCA Victor dealer tomorrow. You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, one of 5 great radio shows that are brought to you 5 nights a week by the Whitehall Pharmacal Company, makers of Anacin, Colinos, Bisodol, and other fine drug products, and RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Lifeboat, starring Tallulah Bankhead and Jeff Chandler, will continue after a short pause for station identification. Stay tuned to your local station on NBC. now for the third act of the Screen Director's production of Lifeboat, starring Tallulah Bankhead as Connie and Jeff Chandler as Kovac.
Another day has passed. I don't like keeping a log in longhand. It's difficult enough to transcribe my typing, but my handwriting reads like some sort of Ubangi mumbo-jumbo. Oh, well, I can always hire a code expert to decipher it for me. Here goes. An amazing transformation came over the German from the moment Kovac's knife served as a scalpel. It was the face of a surgeon, of a man who'd forgotten his Nazi oath to Hitler and remembered another unspoken oath to Hippocrates. The thing that got me was his coolness. Despite the rotten boat and the waves that tauntingly and challengingly pounded our sides, you'd have thought he was operating in a hospital with all the necessary tools and equipment. And yet, Gus has not come to. In his stupor, he is struggling violently. There's a bitter touch of irony before my eyes. At Gus's side are two shoes. The tension aboard has not lessened.
Still think we're on the right course?
Let's play poker, huh?
But that's important, man. Connie.
Yes, Red?
Ask our German friend if he still thinks we're not on the right course.
Herr Kapitän.
Ja?
Glauben Sie immer noch, dass wir nicht an Rüstungsgagen, Kuss auf Bermuda, Frostdornen?
Ohne Kompass ist das wirklich schwer zu sagen.
He says he can't be sure without a compass.
Pretty certain a few hours ago.
Well, we've probably drifted somewhat on account of the current.
Oh, we've been all through that. What's the German doing in this part of the boat anyway?
Why? Is he in quarantine?
Tell him to get back to the bow where he belongs.
I'll do nothing of the sort. There's no need for you to treat the man like a leper. He did save Gus's life, you know. As for our being on the proper course, it's imperative that we get Gus to a hospital as soon as possible. You're aware of that?
I am.
Then why not listen to somebody who knows? Herr Kapitän, haben wir oder haben wir nicht Kuss auf Bermuda?
Bitte, gnädige Frau.
Antworten Sie. Your order, none?
Nein.
No. He admits we're on the wrong course.
Admits? He's only saying what he said before.
You know, of course, Kovac, there's a chance he's right.
That's my funeral.
No, it isn't. It's Gus's funeral.
Hey, wait a minute. What is this?
Gus.
Fella, how do you feel?
Gus.
I'm in the pink outside of the little hangover. Right now, I give the other leg for a cigarette.
Here you are, darling. And the light that goes with it.
Hey, here's the doc. Hey, Dankeschön.
You're going to be okay, Gus.
Yeah, sure. Hey, Kovac, how soon do we get to Bermuda?
Pretty soon.
Oh, that'll be great.
Gus, there's still a little difference of opinion about the direction we're headed. I don't trust the Nazi. There must be other submarines around. He knows where they are. Or maybe a supply ship. He knows where that is, too. On general principle, I'd copper anything he says. You agree with me, Joe? Alice? Doesn't anybody agree with me?
You're the skipper, Kovac.
I'm in the minority. We follow the Germans' course.
Lovely night to get seasick, isn't it, Kovac?
That's what you said.
I don't like the wind and these waves. What can we do about it?
Check with the German. He's your seeing-eye dog.
The man's entitled to sleep once in a while, you know.
I don't even trust him when he's sleeping, Rick. Can I ask you something personal?
I've been married twice.
Oh, I don't care about that. You went to school, didn't you?
Yes, darling. It was in kindergarten when I first fell in love.
Do you know anything about astronomy?
Darling, who had the time?
Alice,
Yes?
you know anything about the stars?
A little. I can tell you that that's Mars to the right and Venus to the left.
And that's Big Dippy and Little Dippy.
Gus, what direction is Venus?
East.
That's the Germans' course. We're heading to Miss Bermuda.
Yeah, you're right. Now you know why I changed my name to Smith.
That doesn't prove a thing.
Miss Porter.
Yes, Alice?
Remember after the operation you looked at your wristwatch and told the German the time? Did he ask you the time?
Of course he did.
That's funny. He had a watch of his own.
Yeah, if he had a watch of his own, why did he ask for the time?
Perhaps he had some sort of phobia or something.
Yes, but he looked at his own watch right before that. Then he took a squint at the sun.
Oh, it's very interesting. The sun plus a... Miss Porter, what time is it?
10 after 7.
I think you're slow.
Slow? This is a Philip Patek.
I want to know what time it is by the German's watch. Frisk him for his biscuit, Joe.
Aye, sir.
Just what is a biscuit, Kovac?
A tick or a watch. Joe used to be one of the best all-around yeggs in the business.
What are you doing opening that knife?
I'm working myself into a mood. Here comes Joe.
Got it, Kovac.
All right, give it to Miss Porter.
I'm not interested.
Go on, take it and check it with your time.
This is ridiculous.
Ridiculous, huh? What time is it on the German's watch?
It isn't a watch. It's a compass. Wait, Kovac. What are you going to do?
What do you think we're going to do?
Don't say we. You'll never get me to consent to anything like that.
I'm not consulting you, Rid. I'm not consulting anybody.
But Kovac, it's murder.
Please listen to me. We can't. We mustn't.
Why not, Alice? Execution isn't murder.
Let him have it, Kovac.
No. Why can't we tie him up? Keep a watch on him.
What are you so squeamish about? We're at war, aren't we? You've been there. You've seen him killed, haven't you?
In battle, yes, but not in cold blood like this.
Look out! Away!
No!
We're in for it. Here comes another. Gus, give me your hand. I'm going to lash you to the mast.
Look out for yourself, Kovac. Don't go put down anybody.
Do what I say.
The sails come loose! Watch out! My luggage, my jewelry, my things!
You fool! Stop thinking about yourself! Think of the boat! Joe, take the sheet, make it fast! Go back, man that pump! The rest of you bail!
What do you know? The Führer speaks English.
There goes the mast! Guard!
I'm all right, Kovac.
Rittenhouse, forget your life jacket. Lash down the food. Watch the drinking water. Watch the drinking water!
Kovac, I'm frightened. I'm scared. Kovac. Hold me in your arms.
Sure, Connie. We might as well go down together.
Kiss me, Kovac. Kiss me.
Lies mir im Sinn. Du machst mir viel Schmerzen. Weiß nicht, wie du hier bin.
How'd I do, Willie?
Fine, Ed. Fine. Born accompanist.
Mr. Rich, you didn't make a single mistake, either.
Rich, you're a born accompanist. We're all born accompanist. How'd I do, Willie?
Slap happy.
Kovac, you silly goon. What are you laughing about?
Oh, that's one for the book. Our enemy, our prisoner of war. Now we're his prisoners. He's the leader of the boat, singing German lullabies to us while he rows us to a supply ship in a concentration camp. Tell him, Willie. Tell him how funny that is.
That is not funny. It is logical. During the storm, we were blown quite a bit off of our course. Without a sail, it would take us weeks to get to Bermuda.
You'll never make it. Without food and water, how long do you think you can keep on rowing like this?
Long enough, Mr. Kovac, to reach my objective.
How can you keep rowing, Willie, hour after hour, when the rest of us can hardly lift an oar?
Oh, that's easy. It's the master race, the Heron folk. Don't you know they can do anything?
I'm beginning to believe it.
Tell me, Willie, why didn't you speak English when you first got on the boat?
Well, you see, I didn't know then whether I could trust you or not. Don't be so sharp, Miss Porter. Wie geht's, Schmidt?
Smith is the name.
All right, Mr. Smith. How do you feel today?
The same as yesterday and the day before and the day before. I'm thirsty.
Have hope. Look above you. See that cloud? It's a rain cloud. If it bursts, you drink.
If it don't?
I'm sorry. I cannot dictate to the heavens.
I gotta have a drink. I gotta have water.
No, Gus, you mustn't up from the ocean. The salt would only make you thirstier.
Look, just a little sip.
You might just as well sip poison. It'll kill you.
You know something? I think I'll take Rosie to the ball game today. Gee, Rosie, baby, you're
Gus,
I'm
how much
full of
more
honey.
might
That's what you are, Rosie.
There's nothing we can do to help you.
Not if, come on, let's go forward.
All right. Let's sit down here and try to forget it.
Sure. Anything to pass the time. Hey, Red, how about some poker?
Leave him to his fruit, Kovac. Say, that MV tattooed on your chest, her initials are bigger than the others. Was she the last or the first? What was her name? So you won't talk to me, huh?
Where'd you get the diamond bracelet, Miss Porter?
You may call me Connie. You did once during the storm, remember? You said, all right, Connie, we might as well go down together. I liked the way you said Connie. It was like a punch in the jaw.
Tell me about the bracelet.
That's a dead giveaway. You're wanting us to die together like that. Dying together is even more personal than living together.
What'd you pay for the bracelet?
Nothing.
Barter?
You're a low person, darling. Obviously out of the gutter. Maybe that's why I'm attracted to you. And maybe that's why you're attracted to me.
All right, quit slumming.
Funny part of it is, I'm from the same gutter.
You kidding?
Remember when you first got on the boat, you said you used to work in the packing house section of Chicago? Well, I came from there, too.
South Side?
Yeah. And I lived there until I got this bracelet, and it worked miracles for me. It took me from the south side to the north side.
Hey, what are you doing with your lipstick?
Placing my initials on your chest.
Well, get it off and quit slumming. What about a few hands, Red?
Kovac, my bracelet cloth's come loose again. Fix it.
What's your stakes, Red?
He likes me, but he hates the bracelet. I wouldn't take it off for anything or anybody in the world.
Bless that Willie. I know where he gets the strength to roll. How many cards, Kovac?
Just one. How many days since the storm, Red?
Must be 5 since we've eaten and had a sip of water. Ever eat at Young's Hotel in Cleveland?
No, but I once ate at Antoine's in New Orleans.
Doesn't compare with Young's Hotel. Used to have a menu of 150 pages. Well, Connie, I'm taking 2 cards, Kovac. What's your bet?
20.
I'll see you. 3 nines.
Straight.
He never stops winning. Connie, did you ever eat at Young's Hotel? Finest seafood in the world.
Rich, shut up!
Oh, what's wrong?
Stop jabbering about food. Isn't it enough that you lost all of our supplies through your carelessness?
Carelessness?
Yes, stupid criminal carelessness.
It wasn't me. I wasn't in charge of the food. Joe took care of that
Why,
end.
you dirty rat. You lost it in the storm, and now you're trying to shift the blame on Joe.
Connie, what's the matter with you?
Oh, she's all right. Just a little hungry. What are you squawking about, Miss Porter? When you write your book, it'll make a swell chapter. How it feels to be starving, first person singular. Well, those are good things to write about, hunger and thirst, if you really come from the back of the yards. Hey, keep your hands in your pockets.
Easy, Connie. Control yourself.
Out of my way. Kovac, why don't you kill Willie? Why don't you take your knife and just said you wouldn't cut his throat? I'll tell you why. You're not strong enough. He's made of iron, and the rest of us are flesh and blood. Hungry flesh and blood. And thirsty.
Red, how much money are you worth?
Enough to buy and sell you millions of times.
What about raising the ante?
Anything you say.
From now on, each match is $100.
Anything you say.
All right, deal. How many factories you own?
What business is that of yours?
I was just thinking. By the time we get home, I might own one of them. I'll open for 100.
Raise you 100.
See you.
I'll take 3.
Anna, I think I'll go for one of your airplane plants. I'll have a labor management committee, and the first thing we'll do
Are
is...
you trying to tell me how to run my factories?
No, not all of them. Just the one I'm going to run. Bet 100.
See you. Queens.
I got kings.
It's funny the way you keep winning all the hands.
I'm a lucky guy.
Just the same, I wish we had a new deck. Another stack of matches.
There.
Sorry, Kovac.
Want to cut in?
I have no money.
It's all right. Your bracelet.
No thanks.
How much do I owe you, Kovac?
14 grand.
Let's raise the ante. 1,000 a match.
It's your funeral.
Deal 'em.
Bet $3,000.
I'll see you. How many cards?
2.
Someday you'll learn it don't pay to hold a kicker. If you live long enough. Here's yours. I want 3.
Well, I guess I'll keep the pikers out. Bet 5.
Matched your kicker, huh? Raise your 5.
Now you're talking my language. I'll up your 10.
I'll see your 10 and raise you 1.
Kovac, this is the moment I've been waiting for. I've got you over a barrel. I'm raising you all the chips you've got and all the money I owe you.
Kovac, I think you've stepped out of your class this time.
I'll call you, Rit. I got an ace full house.
It's raining. It's raining.
Yeah.
It's raining.
I'm going to get the tarpaulin.
Oh,
Here it is, Kovac.
Give us a hand, will you, Rit? Grab a corner. You too, Miss Porter.
It's raining.
Come on.
Hallelujah, hallelujah. The rain. The rain. Stopped. It stopped.
Oh, no.
I have 4 fours, Kovac.
So you win. Let me see him.
See him? Where are they? What are my cards?
You threw him overboard in the excitement.
I had 4 fours.
How do I know?
You ought to know. You made the cards, didn't you? And you marked them, too. They're crooked and you're crooked.
I don't buy that kind of talk, Rit.
Gently, boys, gently. What's this argument all about? Money? Go on, Rid. Write a check for $1 million. It'll cost you nothing. We are going nowhere. Slowly, but definitely.
I'm at the wheel when she hits. She says, Rosie, I want to dance. I want to dance all night.
Go to sleep, Gus. Go to sleep, honey.
Sleep? What for?
Everybody's sleeping.
Willie ain't. He's rowing. You know something? Somebody has water on his boat. Willie.
Sure. Now go to sleep, Gus.
Yeah. Good night, Rosie.
Good night.
Willie's got water. I saw him drinking water. Willie's got water. I saw him drinking. Willie, I'm coming over for a drink.
Go back to sleep.
You've been holding out on us.
You must wake up the others. They're tired.
Yeah, I feel fine, except my right foot's asleep. I can hardly feel it. It's... Tell me, Willie, should I ought to write to Rosie first and tell her about it? Or should I wait until I see her?
Wait till you see her.
Well, give me a lift up and so I can sit near you. There's something I gotta tell you.
Of course. Yeah, give me your hand.
I'll never forget what she done for me, Willie. If there's anything I can ever do for you, just speak up.
There is. You can remember your name is Schmidt.
You like that better than Smith?
Much better. Better hurry, Gus. Rosie's waiting.
Yeah, well, hey, the water you was drinking...
Rosie's waiting for you.
Well, why didn't you share that with the rest of us?
Gus, shh, don't wake them up.
Yeah. Okay, Willie.
Why don't you go off to Roseland? There. Don't you see the lights?
Where? Hey, why you're pushing me overboard? Hey! Help, Willie.
You mustn't wake the others.
But I can't Hold back.
Liegt mir im Sinn.
Willie, what's going on? Where's Gus?
Schmidt went over the side, Kovac.
I didn't dream it. He was calling my name.
Yes. You can't imagine how painful it was to me all night long to watch him. turning about, suffering, and nothing I could do for him.
Well, why didn't you stop rowing? Why didn't you help him?
I had no right to stop him, even if I wanted to. A poor cripple, dying of hunger and thirst. What good would life be to a man like that?
Gus was trying to tell me something about water before. He was in agony from thirst. I wanted to cry, but the tears wouldn't come. Yes, how could they? If I remember rightly, tears are water with a trace of sodium chloride. Isn't that so, Willie?
Yeah.
And the chemical composition of sweat is water with a trace of something or other. Why are you sweating, Willie?
Why?
Because he's got some water, and I'm going to get it.
Quite so, my friends. Here it is.
The flask and the brandy. Give it to me.
No, you can't take it from me. Get that. Oh, you organic Kovac. Now there's no water.
Where did you get that water, Willie?
I took the precaution of filling the flask from the water breaker before the storm. And I had food tablets and energy pills, too, from the U-boat. You should be grateful I had the foresight to think of such things. To survive, one must have a plan.
You're right, Willie. One must have a plan.
There's nothing to worry about. Soon we'll reach the supply ship, and then we'll have food and water.
Get him, Kovac.
You no good Nazi. Buzz it up.
Throw him overboard, I say.
Kill him, kill him.
Cut him with your knife, Kovac. Slice him piece by piece.
That overboard to the shark.
Not yet, Kovac. There's something I'm going to do. Give me room. Let me get to him. Look, Willie, look. Gus is you. Remember the leg you cut off? Drop him, Kovac. Drop him. Poetic justice, Willie. Here's Gus's shoe to haunt you at the bottom of the sea.
In my dying day, I'll never understand Willie and what he did. What do you do with people like that? Maybe somebody ought to try to row. Where to? What for? When we killed the German, we killed our motor.
No, sir, Mr. Ritt. We still got a motor.
Oh, Joe.
God.
Nah. We're through.
That's what I think. But I'm not afraid.
Hold on, everybody. So we're all going to fold up and die just because the Ezard Superman is gone.
My only regret, Connie, is that in the end, I joined a mob.
Baloney, Ritt. We weren't a mob when we killed him. We were a mob when we sat around kowtowing to him, obeying him, practically hiling him, because he was kind enough and strong enough to take us to a concentration camp. Rittenhouse. C.J. Rittenhouse, self-made man. Made of what? As long as you're sitting there thinking of your last will and testament, I'll write your epitaph for you. Ritt, the man who quit. And that goes for you, too, Narcissus. There's room on your chest for another letter. Q for quitter. And you, Joe. It's all right for you to look up and trust in somebody. But how about giving him a hand? What's the matter with us? We not only let the Nazi do our rowing for us, but our thinking. Ye gods and little fishes. Fishes. Ye gods. We haven't got energy pills, but the sea's full of them. Millions of fish swimming around. Why don't we catch some?
We tried to. We have no bait.
Sure we have. My diamond bracelet. Bait by Cartier.
Are you kidding?
Kidding my foot, Kovac. I'm starving. Well, what are you standing around for? Where's the fish line?
Here.
Bait your line, chum.
All right. Not only food, but oil. We can squeeze the fish for oil. It's better than water.
I can recommend the bait. I should know. I bit on it myself.
I've never eaten raw fish before.
I better not count our chickens before they're hatched.
What do you mean, chickens?
Line's baited.
All right. Over the side she goes. I'll be the fisherman.
Wow, show me the poor fish that won't bite on that bracelet.
Now, everyone be quiet. Let me concentrate.
What's the matter, Kovac? Are you afraid the big fish will hear us?
It wouldn't have been a bad idea to have used you for bait. You'd have scared the fish right out of the water.
Is that so?
Quiet. I got a bite.
Yes, there's a pull on the line. It's a big fish.
Kovac, look. A ship. There's a ship.
Don't let go of that line. Don't let go.
Gangway!
Kovac, you let go of the line. My bracelet's going to the bottom of the sea. Why you?
She's heading right in our direction. She's only a few minutes away.
It's a supply ship, all right.
Yeah, she's flying the good old Nazi double-cross. Willie's got the last word at that.
Yeah, they're lowering a boat.
Well, some of my best friends are in concentration camps.
Do you suppose the ship will have any coffee? Real coffee? What did he say, Connie?
He says yes. They got coffee and Wiener Schnitzel and pig's knuckles and sauerkraut.
Hey, what's going on? The supply ship's signaling to their boat. They're turning around.
Why? Maybe they forgot the cream for the coffee.
They're not going to pick us up. What's that?
They've got to pick us up. They can't leave us here like this. Why, it's a violation of international law. What are you going to do, Kovac?
So,
Ha! Right smack in the middle. It's one of our ships giving it to them. Give it to them, Navy. Give it to them, darling.
Right.
Give it to them.
here we go again. The supply ship's trying to make a run for it.
Yes, and they're headed right for us. What are we going to do?
Row, sister, row. Come on, out of my way. Come on.
Ow! Just stepped on my foot. Splinter and half. You've got awfully big feet, darling.
Yes, darling. The better the kick you win.
Say, how long will it take for our battleship to get to us?
About 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Good heavens, my hair, my nails. Oh, I must have a fright. Oh, thank the Lord, I still have some powder and a little lipstick left.
Are you kidding?
Of course not. One of my best friends is in the Navy.
Hey, you're really something.
Don't forget, Kovac, you owe me a diamond bracelet.
Yes, ma'am.
And a typewriter.
Sure.
And a camera.
You bet.
And Kovac, behind you.
What's behind me?
A visitor clinging to the side of the boat. What are you waiting for? Help him.
Okay, chum, here's a hand. Holy cow, a Nazi.
Don't throw him back.
Oh, no, this is the last straw. You already forgotten about Willie?
Dankeschön.
That's
Dankeschön.
exactly how it began before. I'm not...
Kovac, this is different. The lad's wounded.
Throw him back, Kovac.
But he's utterly helpless, only a baby.
All right, don't look now, but the baby has a revolver in his hand. It's aimed right at your heart.
You see, you can't treat them like human beings. You've got to exterminate them or else.
Achtung! Let him, Kovac.
That takes care of the Heil boy's gun. That Achtung business sure worked.
Psychology, darling. It always works. Achtung in German means attention. A German is a robot who always heeds a superior's command.
All right, get up to your feet, you dirty little...
Don't, Kovac. We'll turn him over to the Navy. Sit down, sailor.
Werden Sie mich nicht umbringen?
What's he bleating about?
He's asking, aren't you going to kill me? Poor devil.
Aren't you going to kill me? What are you going to do with people like this?
What do you suggest?
I don't know. I was thinking of Mrs. Higgins and her baby and Gus.
Maybe they could answer that. Yes, maybe they could.
And so ends our Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Lifeboat, with splendid performances by Tallulah Bankhead and Jeff Chandler. Next week, the Screen Directors Playhouse is proud to present one of Hollywood's most delightful couples as we recreate another favorite motion picture. Our story is The Heartwarming Mrs. Mike, directed by Louis King. And in the starring roles, you'll hear Dick Powell and June Allison. For exciting screen entertainment, see Darrell F. Zanuck's All About Eve, starring Betty Davis and Ann Baxter. It's another hit from 20th Century Fox. Listen every Sunday to your local NBC station for Tallulah Bankhead as mistress of ceremonies of The Big Show. Jeff Chandler can now be seen in Deported, a Universal International picture co-starring Marta Torrance. Included in tonight's cast were Wilms Herbert, Ann Diamond, Henry Rowland, Barbara Eiler, Sheldon Leonard, and Roy Glenn. Lifeboat, from an original screen story by John Steinbeck, was adapted for radio by Jack Rubin. The Screen Directors Playhouse is produced under the supervision of Howard Wiley and is directed by Bill Karn. This is James Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen again next Thursday night when we present Screen Directors Playhouse. Stars June Allison, Dick Powell. Production Mrs. Mike. Director Louis King.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you For Whom the Bell Tolls, starring Gary Cooper, Ingrid Bergman, Akim Tamirov, Gail Sondergaard, and Mikhail Razumny. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Otto Kruger.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. If you've ever been to our California Sierras, you have a good idea of what the central mountainous areas of Spain are like. a high, spectacular land remote and inaccessible. And here in the volcanic years of 1937 to 39, when Spain was torn by civil war, guerrilla fighting found its perfect setting. And in tonight's Lux Radio Theater play, these mountains become, too, the setting for one of the great love stories of our time, For Whom the Bell Tolls. This is based on the best-selling book by Ernest Hemingway. It is presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, producers of Here Come the Waves. And our stars from the original cast are Ingrid Bergman, playing what Reader's Digest calls the greatest part ever offered a woman on the American screen, and Gary Cooper, producer and star of his own new international picture, Along Came Jones. Also, Akim Tamirov, Mikhail Razumny in their original screen roles, and Gail Sundergaard. So far, this Paramount picture has played only special engagements in key cities. It will be released for general distribution in just 4 days. Meanwhile, we're happy to bring it to your home in return for your loyalty and your appreciation of Lux Flakes. I hardly need to add that through your use of Lux Flakes, you not only make possible these Monday night productions, but you help yourself in that all-important task of taking care of the nice things you wear and helping them to look better and last longer. So you see, you get 2 blessings in one package. Now, here's the first act of For Whom the Bell Tolls, starring Gary Cooper as Robert Jordan, Ingrid Bergman as Maria, Akim Tamirov as Pablo, Gail Sundergaard as Pilar, and Mikhail Razumny as Raphael. Any man's death diminishes me, because I am involved in mankind, and therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. Spain, 1937. A nation gasping under the savageries of merciless civil war. During the historic siege of Madrid, an American named Robert Jordan slipped into the ravaged city.
Jordan, oh, it is good to see you.
Thank you, General Goltz.
You did well with their munitions train.
Well, it blew up, General, if that's what you mean.
Yes. And next is a bridge. Here is a map. And here, Jordan, high up in the mountains of Segovia is your bridge. It is all important that it be blown. We are taking the offensive, Jordan, at last.
When?
Dawn, 4 days from now. When we attack, the enemy will call up reinforcements. Troops, artillery, tanks, and everything will have to cross that bridge. Above all else, it must be destroyed at the stated hour.
Now, how will I know the exact time?
A squadron of our bombers will fly over the mountains. That will be your signal.
What about a guide? Got anybody?
An old man named Anselmo. He knows the people to help you. Guerrillas, a handful. They hide out in the forest and caves. Now, how soon can you leave?
Any time. I'd like a drink and a haircut.
Good. Get the drink first. You need it more. Oh, wait, I go with you.
Get behind this rock, Roberto.
Yes.
Now look down there, you see?
Yeah, I see. The bridge?
And the sawmill. The guards live there. 8 men and a corporal. Roberto.
Yes?
That soldier on the bridge, he's a boy from my village.
You couldn't kill him, Anselmo?
Yes, considering the necessity for destroying the bridge. But if I live, I will never do harm to anyone again, that it will be forgiven.
I hope for that, too, old man. Well, now where to?
Higher up. There is a cave on the edge of the mountain. I have friends.
Who leads there, Anselmo?
Well, Pablo is the leader. Pablo does not like foreigners. Roberto, come here. See? Here is Pablo. Pablo is the boss here, Roberto.
Foreigner?
Yes, I am also a friend. I'm here at the command of the Republic.
In these mountains I command. What's that? In your pack?
Dynamite?
Oh. Now, I can use dynamite. How much you bring me?
None. It's mine.
What for?
A bridge. A bridge, that is my business.
In this country, foreigner, it is my business.
You have a good horse there, Pablo.
You You know horses?
Where'd you get him?
Civil guard. I killed him without harming the horse.
You've killed many civil guards?
20, 30. Yes, but every day there are more. For the war, I had no horses, not even one. Now I own 5. We're safe here now, my people and my horses. And that's why you will not dynamite the bridge.
We're tired, Pablo. We're hungry.
You will not dynamite the bridge.
It's all right, Roberto. We can go to the cave. You have enough to eat, Roberto?
Oh, plenty.
Yes. Here we eat like generals.
Pay no attention to Raphael. He's a gypsy.
Where are the other men, Gypsy?
We come and go. Some of us are sentries. Pablo insists on sentry.
You're finished?
Thanks. Wait a minute. How are you called?
Maria.
His name is Roberto. He's a dynamiter.
You here long, Maria?
You see my hair? When I first came, it was still shorter. I've been here 3 months. I was on a train. They were taking me south.
Pablo blew up the train at Arevalo.
I was a prisoner on the train. When it blew up, I escaped. They found me, they and Pilar.
She was hiding in the rocks. No hair at all. She cried all the time. And was she ugly?
You blow trains?
A few in Estremadura. You belong to Pablo now?
Pablo. No, I do not belong to Pablo.
This is a very strange woman, Roberta. She wants no one.
No one?
No one. Not you either.
I have no time for women.
No? You will meet another woman soon. Really a woman.
No, he means Pilar.
Something barbarous. 100 times braver than Pablo. But something barbarous.
What are you saying now, you unmentionable gypsy?
I was just telling the comrade what a gentle woman you are, Pilar. The comrade has dynamite.
Get out.
At once, Pilar. At once.
You, Maria.
Yes?
Leave us alone, crop-headed one.
You don't frighten me, Pilar.
Hola, Ingles?
Not English. American.
I call you Ingles. What was that gypsy saying?
That you are much woman. And I'd say he's right.
And what were you saying to the girl?
The girl? Nothing.
Nothing? I see how she is from watching you. Now listen, Ingles. She is young, and she's had a bad time. The worst time a woman can have. You understand?
Sure.
When do you leave here?
In 3 days, if I'm still alive.
Oh, I do not like that kind of talk. Why are you here?
The bridge?
Yes. We should blow all the bridges and get out. Nothing to do here but watch Pablo get drunk. I'm glad you are come, Ingles.
Pablo does not want me to blow the bridge.
When it is dark, the men will be back. We will talk then, Ingles. Maybe you will blow the bridge after all.
What do you do with a pencil and paper, Roberto?
I'm drawing a sketch of the bridge.
Yes, it is the bridge itself there on the paper.
How do you explore the bridge, Robert?
I don't go for the bridge.
Well, then we'll do it alone. The old man and I.
Do what you want, but do it away from my mountains. Not where we'll be hunted down and killed.
You could escape easily with horses.
I have 5 horses and 8 people. You and the old man make 10.
Until you had horses, you were one of us. Now you are rich with horses and a coward.
You're an old man making trouble with your mouth.
I'm an old man not afraid to fight for the Republic. I'm an old man without horses.
You will blow no bridge here.
Wait a minute. Pilar?
I am for the bridge and the Republic.
What's that, woman?
I am for the bridge and against you. Nothing more. Primitivo?
I am also for the bridge.
Fernando?
To me, the bridge means nothing. I'm for you, Pilar.
Andres?
Equally so. Me too, Pilar. I'm for you.
The bridge will be blown, Pablo. And after that...
You think there will be an afterwards? It means nothing to you to be hunted like a beast.
Don't try to frighten us, coward.
Coward? Is it cowardly to know what is foolish? Haven't I kept you all alive through the war?
How I believed in you once. 1 year of war, and you turned coward and drunkard.
Woman, you have no right to speak in that way. Not before my people, a foreigner. Here I command.
You heard them. No one commands here but me.
I should shoot you and the foreigner both.
Try it and see what happens. You are like one of the others now. Like them, you take your orders from me.
All right. All right, command then. And if you want, the foreigner can command too. Maybe I am lazy and drink too much. Maybe you think I'm a coward, although you know better. But I'm not stupid. And now, if you're a woman as well as a commander, show us all something to eat.
Maria, serve us the supper. Where do you go, Roberto?
Outside. I'm tired. I've got blankets. I'll sleep in the open.
Why not in here?
Well, I like it better in the open.
In the open. He likes it better in the open.
Do not worry about your dynamite. I will watch Ingles.
Thanks, Pilar.
Roberto,
Oh, it's you.
you sleep with your gun. That's good. You must be careful. Pablo.
He's still in the cave?
He left a few minutes ago. He tries to hide his sadness in the wine. When Pablo does that, there's danger.
I can take care of myself. I'm thinking of the bridge.
I'm thinking about you, Roberto.
Why, Maria?
I don't know.
Look at the stars. They're low. They're so low they're caught in your hair.
My hair, it's ugly, ugly.
I can feel the stars in your hair.
Roberto.
See? I've mussed your hair.
All day I wanted you to do that. To feel your fingers through my ugly hair.
Go back to the cave, Maria.
Yes. Good night, Roberto.
We thought it best to wake you, Ingles. There is something you should know.
No, what?
The gypsy. He has just come back.
What are you trying to tell me?
Wake up. When Pablo left, the gypsy followed him.
I move like an owl, Roberto. I see everything.
Tell him.
Roberto, you have to kill Pablo. Now, before he kills you.
He won't kill me.
Still, you must kill him.
Why?
You don't know Pablo. What if he takes the horses and goes off? What if you breach then? When we have no horses to escape with.
You saw him take the horses?
No, but he hides them deeper in the forest. And he talks to them. Pablo talks to his horses. He tells his horses to pay no attention to you. And to you, Pilar.
Huh.
Go to bed, Gypsy.
You don't understand, Roberto.
Shut up.
Pilar, you know Pablo best. What'll he do?
I do not know. Have you observed how he watches the girl? It lies on him like a sickness. Until now, she has not looked at a man, but she looks at you, and Pablo sees it, and the sickness grows worse. That's another reason I want to blow this bridge and get out. And we need more horses.
How can we get them?
El Sordo. Maybe El Sordo will help us.
El Sordo?
These mountains are not all Pablo's.
A good man?
As good as Pablo is bad.
Woman, what do you talk about, huh? You and the Inglés.
About you. Who else?
Pay no attention to her, Inglés. He's difficult, but very loyal. Inglés.
What?
When I left here, before I took my gun and I went for my horses. Yeah, but my mind has changed. I returned to say I'm glad you have come. Yeah, you're welcome here.
Wait a minute. Listen. Planes.
Planes?
Yes.
Planes?
Whose are they? Whose planes?
German planes. Italian.
And they see my horses?
They're not looking for horses.
I could spit in their faces. I could spit in their mortars.
The moon is too bright. They'll see the horses.
Have you ever seen planes like this before?
No, never. Never so close as this.
Get in the cave. We'll talk in the morning.
Get inside, all of you, and hurry.
What do you think?
Yes? Well, we'll need more horses, and soon.
El Sardo will get them for you. Tomorrow when you go to him, will you take me with you?
Maria,
Yes.
understand me. I'm in this war to the finish. A man doing what I'm doing can have nothing else in his life.
Whatever happens to you will happen to me. You will take me.
Yes, in the morning. Good night, Maria.
Good night, Roberto.
Our stars will return with Act Two of For Whom the Bell Tolls in a moment. Now, here's Libby.
With a question, Mr. Kennedy. Who would you say could do a better job of washing woolens, men or women?
Well, Libby, that's putting me on the spot. But women have more experience in washing things.
Then when a man, a serviceman at that, beats a girl at this job, it's news.
Oh, I'll say. When did that happen?
Well, I know a girl who had a lovely wool sweater. Since it was white, she had to wash it almost every time she wore it. And it shrank and shrank.
Not a Lux girl, evidently.
No, but she has a boyfriend.
Who is smarter than she is?
Well, he's in the Army, and he washes his wool shirts. And he wrote her a letter.
Yes?
He said, I'm not only enjoying the Lux Radio Theater, but Lux as well. We get it at the Post Exchange, and I wash my good woolen shirts with Lux. They come out fresh and clean and fit fine.
And so?
And so his girlfriend took the hint. After all, sweaters are precious these days, and the Lux way keeps them soft as new. Keeps them fitting nicely, too.
You'll find easy directions on the Lux box. Remember to stick to Lux Flakes for all washable woolens, so they'll stay like new longer. Now, Mr. Kruger returns to the microphone.
Act Two, For Whom the Bell Tolls, starring Ingrid Bergman as Maria, Gary Cooper as Robert Jordan, Akim Tamirov as Pablo, Gail Sondergaard as Pilar, and Mikhail Razumny as Raphael. Over the sharp rim of the Segovia Mountains, a morning sun cuts through the frosty air. Raphael the gypsy and Anselmo the old man have already left to watch the bridge and the road. And now, Robert Jordan is also ready to leave the cave with Maria and Pilar for their meeting with El Sordo. Suddenly, up the rocky path, a man emerges through the mist.
Hola, amigos. Salud, Roberto. Did you see the airplanes last night?
Why, of course. Weren't you here? Oh, Fernando.
You did not miss me in the dark. I've been to La Granja. I go every now and then to see my wife and children.
Pilar, come here and listen. What did you see on the road last night?
Oh, a few trucks as usual. A few of their guns as usual.
Sit down, Fernando. Breakfast.
Did you pick up any news in town?
Nothing. Oh, yes. There is talk the Republic is preparing an attack.
That what?
They talk of an offensive, perhaps Navasarada. Have you heard of it?
They talk of this in town.
It's supposed to be a secret.
Only rumors. An offensive of some proportions.
Rumors? Well, how can they let such a thing get out?
What else?
Nothing. They say we would blow up the bridges.
Say, if this is a joke...
There is always such talk, Roberto. Always rumors.
We'll be back later, Fernando. All right, Pilar. Maria.
I'm ready. You man of rumors, guard the explosives.
With my life, Pilar. And then calm yourselves. Only rumors.
But must we talk business so soon? I have good whiskey and glass.
We would talk now, El Sordo.
If you wish. What is the reason for the breach? An attack?
Yes. And we must have more horses if Pilar's people are to get out alive.
Yes, it is a necessity. When do you blow the bridge? It will be easy to do it tonight.
The English has to wait till the signal comes.
Do it in daylight and we may all be killed.
Not if we have enough horses.
Horses again. I will get them for you.
How? Where?
I will go down tonight. I will find soldiers. And you will have their horses.
Good.
Look at the sky. Not good if it snows. Horses make tracks, and the soldiers will follow.
Snow? This is the month of May.
It is too late for snow.
Perhaps. If there is no snow, I will pay you a visit.
And if there is snow?
Then I will do what is best. The moment will provide the answer.
Pilar,
What is it?
you're tired. We'll rest a while.
Oh, shut up. It is not much further to the cave.
Sit down.
All right. I am tired. And I'm jealous. Oh, how foolish.
Jealous?
Of Maria's 19 years. But you won't always be 19, little one.
What would you do if you were 19?
Take the Ingles away from you. Even with my years and my ugly face.
You're not ugly, and I love you.
And I love you much, child. But do you know what it is to be ugly all your life and to feel in the heart that you are beautiful?
You are beautiful.
You have little hair, Maria, but you're a gift to any man. And you, Ingles, you're a prize for any woman. I would have made a good man, but I'm all woman and all ugly. Still, many men have loved me. Is that not strange?
Where are you going?
I have a surprise. Close your eyes. And you too, Ingles.
What surprise, I wonder.
Well, the horses would be a good surprise.
Oh, don't worry. El Sardo and his men will get them. I think Pilar is bored with us.
Look.
Oh, she's disappeared.
Pilar!
Let her go, Roberto. Let her go. What are you worried about?
You.
Why? Because I'm so happy?
I told you last night that I belong to nothing and to no one but the bridge.
Last night I wanted to tell you about myself.
You said whatever happens to me will happen to you. Why did you say that? Where are your people? Your mother and father?
My father and mother, I saw them killed. I'll tell you how it was.
No,
My
Maria.
father was the mayor of our town. And when the fascists came, they took all the Republicans and lined them up against the wall. My father cried out very loud, "Long live the Republic!" And then they shot him. But my mother had no politics. She only loved my father, but she couldn't say that. She just looked at him there at her feet, and she said, "Long live my husband, who was the mayor of this town." She said it very loud, like a shriek. And then they shot, and she fell, and I tried to go to her, but they had tied me with the rest of the girls. Oh, I wanted to be shot, too, and I was going to shout, "Long live the Republic and my mother and my father." But then there was no more shooting. They herded us up this hill to the city square. Across from the city hall, there was a barber shop. They took us there.
No, Maria,
Oh,
no.
I want to tell you, but I can't.
Maria.
Oh, are you angry about something?
No, of course not.
Oh, I'm glad. I won't cry anymore. Oh, Roberto, I don't know how to kiss, or I would kiss you. Where do the noses go? Always I wondered where the noses would go. They're not in the way, are they? I always thought they would be in the way. Look, I can do it myself.
Maria.
Oh, did I do it wrong?
No. Give me your hand. We're going to find...
Come in, Roberto. And welcome home, ladies. Welcome home. You did well with El Sordo?
We did all right. What about the road, Anselmo?
All day there was very little business on the road. Here, I've marked it all down on the paper.
Only 10 trucks? And you, Gypsy, the bridge.
They changed the guards at noon, then again at 6. Still the same. 8 men and the corporal.
Where is Pablo?
Pablo has been gone all day.
Maria, stir up the fire.
Stir it up yourself. I have to dry Roberto's jacket. He fell in the brook. He fell in the brook.
Must you care for him as for a child?
No. As a man who is cold and wet. A man who has come home to his house.
Listen, I've been wet before.
Ingles, come here.
What is it?
Come outside. Look. Look at the sky.
It's darkened. Snow.
Snow.
How do you like it, Pilar?
Pablo, get out of my sight.
It's very beautiful, the snow. How do you like it, woman? How do you like to command when it snows?
Shut up, drunkard.
I know why you went to El Sordo. But the horses make tracks in the snow, eh, Inglés? There will be no offensive now. No bridge blown. No soldiers hunting us in the mountains. No, only the snow. And love making in the forest.
Watch your mouth.
Everyone's so quiet. Everyone's so strange. What are you all thinking about?
I do not think, Maria. I warm myself with wine.
Your shoes, Roberto. Here, they are dry now.
You'd think I was a child the way you...
Maria! Here, Maria. Dry my shoes.
Stand up, Pablo.
Stand up?
Are you drunk or just pretending to be drunk?
Roberto. Don Roberto.
Wait, English, wait. There is something I have wanted to ask. Why have you come so far to fight for our republic?
Yes, why? Answer him, Don Roberto.
Well, a man fights for what he believes in, Fernando.
Yes, but in his own country.
Well, it isn't just Spain who's fighting here. There's a bigger issue here, as I see it, an issue that affects all of us. And because I see it as I do, I'm here to do the best job I can.
Were you always a Republican? And your father?
Oh, sure. He voted the Republican ticket all his life.
Hey, and they did not shoot him for it?
No, they don't shoot you for being a Republican in America.
Roberto was a professor. He told me this afternoon.
An instructor. I taught Spanish.
The professor, huh? He has no beard. No, he's a false professor. No beard. A false professor.
He does have a beard.
Does he? You should know, girl.
I've had enough of it, you hear, Pablo? Enough.
He is only drunk, Inglés.
Drunk? Yes. You tried to provoke me, Inglés, huh? Is that it? Provoke me into fighting? Is that how you'd get rid of me?
I say you are a coward and not drunk.
I don't provoke. See? I sit in my chair and eat his insults. Yes. And I'll still be alive when you're all dead.
And I spit on you.
I don't provoke. I don't provoke. My mouth bleeds, Agustin. Red. Red like the wine in my cup. I drink to the Senora Commander and to all the fools. I don't provoke.
Get out!
Yes, I get out. I'll go to my horses. They have more sense than men. Now tell them. Tell them about the bridge professor and how to escape afterwards. Oh, the snow. Very beautiful.
You should have killed him, Roberto.
What'll he do now?
He'll throw a grenade in here. That's his style. Give me your pistol, Inglés. I'll shoot him when he comes back. Wait. Do not forget he knows the way of our retreat. We should point out to Pablo how his conduct...
Shut up! We'll kill him when he returns.
No, not in cold blood.
Cold? You Ingleses are all cold, but I'm not cold. I burn. Burn!
Pablo was once a leader. Without mercy, yes, but also without fear. We live today because of Pablo. But he's changed, and we must do what must be done.
Get back. Pablo, I'll kill you. I'll kill you with my hands. I'll kill you.
Get up. Agustin. Inglés. The snow has stopped, and I'm drunk no more.
You were listening to us. You're afraid of being killed.
When I left you, I was alone. I felt lonely. You do not know what it means to be alone. Now hear me, all of you. I have done wicked things in my time. I have killed innocent men. Yes, and it's God's truth that I would restore them. I would restore them all to life. It's God's truth I'm with you now. And it's God's truth that I'm not a coward.
Fools! Lunatics! You believe him?
I'm back with my people, and I think over Sordo. He would be across the lines by now, stealing horses for us.
And making tracks, Pablo, to bring the soldiers upon us.
The bridge must be blown. Nothing else is important.
Roberto,
Maria, get down,
I
quick.
brought you coffee. See, I got a bird in this morning.
Quiet. Quiet. I must have been dreaming. They're down there, behind the tree.
Yes.
I saw him. I saw a soldier on a horse.
But I seen nothing.
I swear I saw him.
Oh, it couldn't be. Roberto!
Yes. There it is. I was right. Get back to the cave. Tell Pablo.
Pablo?
Yes. Tell him to bring his rifle. Hurry now.
Well, Ingles?
Soldier is dead. Raphael, move him into the brush.
At once, Ingles.
I killed the soldier without harming the horse. Now, look, what a beauty. Oh, what a thing of beauty is a horse.
Augustine.
Yes.
Get the machine gun out of the cave, and you, Anselmo.
I'll take the horse to the corral.
No, he's made tracks in here, and he's got to make them out again. There are bound to be other soldiers. Go on, now, make tracks out of here.
Ah, you have much head, Ingles, yeah.
We may have to run for it. Fernando takes the dynamite, and Andres, go to Pablo's horses. And if you hear firing, bring them down to the pass. The women will go with you.
No, Roberto.
You will go with Andres. And if there's a fight, we'll need him to help you and to hold the horses.
Where do you take the machine gun?
To the big rocks at the top of the canyon.
I go with you, Roberto.
There may be a fight.
I can help. I can hold the legs of the gun.
Well, go back.
Please, I want to be with you.
They're coming. Roberto, look down in the valley.
Cavalry. The whole troop.
What are they shooting at? Who?
Hand me the glasses, the binoculars.
Pablo. They shoot at Pablo.
That's good.
No. 5 men. Riding hard up the mountain. El Sordo.
El Sordo.
Oh, he's drawing them away from us.
Then we stay where we are.
What are you saying? El Sordo will need us.
Can't you see that they are done for? If we show ourselves, we're done for, too. Then what happens to the bridge?
Those are our comrades down there. Are you afraid to fight for our comrades?
The English is not afraid. What use is courage without intelligence? El Sordo has both. He will understand why we do not expose ourselves.
He'd have found better cover on this side of the canyon.
He knows that, Ingles. El Sordo knows.
What do we do, Roberto?
It will be a long day. But we'll wait it out here at the cave.
I'm back, Ingles. The soldiers never even saw me.
It's been dark for an hour. Where have you been?
When the shooting stopped, I went to where Sordo was.
Dead?
Dead. All 5 of them. They had taken their heads. No heads.
The cavalry rode back to the valley. We can see them from here. We're safe.
Wine. Where's wine?
It's the old man, Anselmo.
It's not the Ingles. I have been by the bridge. I have seen them.
What? Seen what?
Guns, trucks, even tanks. More soldiers than I could count. Everything is moving toward the front.
So, it is come.
Come? What is come?
The enemy has found out that our troops attack at dawn. We were going to surprise them. Now they will surprise us.
Who knows the way through their lines? To Navacerrada.
I have been through before twice.
Ingles, do not be disturbed. Even without the sword, we have enough men to blow the bridge. Yes, I have confidence in you, Ingles.
Quiet. The English is writing.
It's a dispatch for General Goltz. Tell him the news is leaked out. The enemy is prepared. Maybe the general knows it, but if he doesn't, he must be told in time.
I'll get through.
Good luck.
We pray for you, Augustine.
Ingles.
What?
When you came here, you told me the bridge goes at dawn after the 3rd night. That is tomorrow morning.
If Augustine doesn't get through, or if he does, and they still decide to attack, we'll see our bombers at dawn. Our bombers.
Then everything must be in readiness, whatever they decide.
Everything.
I will see that it is so.
I'll guard the horses tonight. Now, get what sleep you can. All of you. And watch my things, Pilar.
I brought your blankets here, Roberto. If you must watch horses, you should be warm.
Put a blanket around you. It's cold.
Will there be fighting tomorrow?
I don't know. Are you afraid?
Only for you. Pilar said I'm to stay with you, that you'll take me to the Republic.
You and Pilar will each have a horse. You'll be safe with her.
But I go with you, not Pilar.
I came here on foot with the old man, and I'll go the same way.
Maybe Augustine will get through. Maybe there will be no fighting, Roberto. How much time have we left?
A lifetime, Maria.
I mean till daylight.
Oh, 5 hours.
Pilar told me that time is not important.
Maybe she's right.
3 days and 3 nights. And yet they're everything. Longer than the months in prison, longer than the years I've lived. She told me something else before I left the cave. She said we must live all our life in the time that remains.
Why did she say that?
Because we would all die tomorrow. And that you know it as well as she does, and you give it no importance.
Pilar is crazy.
She had a reason, so she said, I must tell you everything that happened to me when they shot my mother and father.
I don't want to hear
it. It must be told. They pulled my hair and cut it off with a razor and put the braids in my mouth to gag me. In the mirror in the barber shop, I could see the men laughing. And then they took me out. I stumbled over the dead barber. They had shot him because he belonged to a union. Then they dragged me up the stairs of the city hall to my father's office.
Don't talk about it. Don't think about it anymore.
I was going to tell you on the way back from El Sardos, but I was glad when you wouldn't let me. Then I was happy. I felt as if it had never happened. But tonight, Pilar said you must know everything. And now you won't love me. Tomorrow you'll take me through the lines, and then I'll never see you again. No, Roberto. We can't change things. But it's true. It's true that I never kissed any man until I kissed you.
No one ever touched you, Maria. No one.
You believe that? You believe that?
I know that.
And you can love me?
I can love you more. I'll never leave you. Never.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a moment, our stars will return in Act 3 of For Whom the Bell Tolls. Now, young Bob Jones is home on leave, and he and Betty are celebrating by having dinner at a smart hotel. But what's wrong? Betty stops, her spoon halfway to her mouth.
Bob has such a funny look on his face. Sort of hurt and embarrassed. Like he's looking at my hands.
What's the matter, honey? Penny for your thoughts.
Of course, Bob isn't going to spoil the party by telling Betty her hands look red and rough, especially when he thinks maybe it's his own fault. Maybe Betty has to work too hard, hands in soap and water jobs all day at home. But Betty could easily avoid embarrassing her husband by one simple change. If she would change from strong soap to Lux Flakes for dishes and other cleaning jobs, soon her hands would look soft, smooth, and lovely again. Many, many actual tests have proved this. And then...
A penny for your thoughts, honey.
I was just thinking, you have the prettiest little hands in the world. Gosh, a fellow's proud to have a wife like you.
Best of all, it costs less than a penny a day to change ugly dishpan hands to Lux hands. Change to Lux for your dishes tomorrow. Now, Mr. Kruger returns to the microphone.
After the play, we'll ask our stars to tell us a little about their experience in the filming of this picture. But now here's the third act of For Whom the Bell Tolls, starring Gary Cooper as Robert Jordan, Ingrid Bergman as Maria, Akim Tamirov as Pablo, Gail Sundergaard as Pilar, and Mikhail Razumny as Raphael. The night wears on. A chilly stillness hangs over the cave on the mountaintop. Nearby, where the horses are tethered, Robert Jordan stares through the blackness, his thoughts fixed on the bridge, on the girl named Maria who sleeps in the cave, and on the man Augustin who has ridden for General Goltz with the news that could stop a futile battle. But in Navacerrada, Augustin learns that generals are hard to find.
Who the devil are you? What do you mean by waking me up? I'm Captain Gomez, and this man, he has a dispatch from General Goltz. No one believes me. For heaven's sake, get me to the general.
This lunatic is either a bandit or a spy. Put him under guard.
He bears an important message, Major. and I intend to get him through.
Then get out of here. I know of no General Goltz. Heidi, Lieutenant Colonel.
Why didn't you get here sooner? What bridge are you talking about?
Questions every inch of the way. Never in my life have I seen such stupidity.
For 2 hours we've been trying to see you, sir.
I swear by the saints and my dead mother, take me to General Goltz at once or I'll kill you!
Here's your pass. General Goltz is 3 miles down the road. Pray God you reach him in time.
Why didn't you bring this to me at once?
Oh, stupidity, General. Ignorance, stupidity. Crazy suspicions.
You on the wireless. What about Abilene?
Abilene is calling through, sir.
And?
The bomber took off 10 minutes ago. Exactly on schedule, sir.
They're gone. It's too late, Gomez. We're done for. Too bad. It could have been a great victory. Yes, a great victory.
Roberto,
Yes?
you do not sleep?
I'm thinking of Augustine. If he got through. It's 4 o'clock.
The moon is so bright it could be morning already.
Why did you leave the cave?
I had a dream
A good dream?
that I was in your house. In America, the one you told me about where you were a little boy. Your mother was there. She smiled at me. She was holding a child who looked exactly like my Roberto. And when I asked her whose son it was, she said, "Why, it's yours, Maria." That's why I had to tell you of my dream.
You can't wait till I take you to America, can you?
That, too, is like a dream, Roberto.
Now wait till this war's over.
You'll always take me with you.
Unless you run away.
I'll never go away from you. I would try to take care of you well.
What does that mean?
It means that when morning comes, I would take your sleeping bag and hang it in the sun. Your socks should be washed and dried. I would see that you had 2 pair.
What else?
This, your gun, I would learn how to fire it. Then if you were wounded, we won't be captured. I could shoot you before I kill myself.
Do you have many ideas like that?
Not many, but it's a good one in this war. But I'd rather have you shoot me, though. Promise me if there's ever any need, you will shoot me.
Sure, I promise.
Thank you. I know it's not easy to do. But there are other things I can do for you.
Besides shooting me?
Yes. I can roll cigarettes for you without spilling the tobacco. And if you're sick, I'll take care of you and read to you.
Well, suppose I'm not sick, and I give up smoking and have only 1 pair of socks and hang up my sleeping bag myself. What then?
Then, I'll just sit by you and watch you and love you as I do now.
Now. Maria, everything is now. There never is anything else but now. Not for anyone. If they only realize it. Some people have many years, some only 3 days. But everything is in proportion. You can live a great life and not miss a thing if you pay no attention to yesterday and tomorrow. Like we're doing.
It's beautiful here. Will we ever come back?
Someday, Maria.
Do you think Augustine got through?
Who knows? Are you afraid?
I love you, Roberto, as I loved my mother and father, as I love what I love most in the world, and I love you more. Always remember.
I'll remember. Maria, it's time.
To get ready for the bridge?
Yes, we'll go to the cave. There's much to be done.
But why now, Inglés? There has been no signal, no airplane.
Maybe Augustine got through.
We have to be ready just in case.
Inglés, I do not sleep this night, Inglés. I'm a leader. I care for my people. I have been through the mountains, and I have brought 3 more men.
Whose men?
They are the men of my friend Elias, each with a horse, Inglés.
3 horses and 3 men? Where is the gain?
Oh, well, maybe one gets killed, and he won't need his horse, understand? Inglés and I, we understand each other.
Nobody understands you, neither God, nor your mother, nor yourself either.
Take the men of Elias with you.
Yeah.
Also the gypsy. You will take this side of the bridge, the roadmaster's hut. Cover the bridge until I blow it.
Good.
But not a move until the bombers come over.
Bombers, yes.
Pilar, you will do the same at the sawmill post. Be careful not to alarm the sentries unless you hear the planes. Take the others with you, Primitivo, Fernando, and Andres. And the old man here comes to the bridge with me.
And what of Maria?
What of me, Roberto?
Well, you will stay with the horses. Don't be afraid if you hear shooting.
We can tie the horses. I can go with you.
No, it's more important that they be watched.
And our retreat when all is finished.
Then the bridge is blown. Come back through the gorge as fast as you can. Now, get the horses and men of Elias. It's time to go.
Come. Yes, come on.
Maria. Salud, Maria.
Salud, Roberto. Take much care. Come back quickly.
Hey, what sort of a kiss is that? If you cry, they'll think I hurt you.
I'm not crying.
I hear the planes, Ingles.
I know. I heard them.
Augustine, he did not get through.
Or if he did, well, someday we may know what happened. Watch for yourself, Pilar, and for her.
I care for you very much, Ingles. Remember that. And don't worry. Everything will go well at the bridge.
Sure, everything's fine. Now let's go. Hand me the rest of that dynamite, Anselmo.
Be careful of the girders, Roberto.
Yeah, what about the others? Can you see?
Pablo on one side, Pilar on the other. They keep the soldiers busy. There's killing, Roberto.
Well, I'll be through here in 5 minutes.
Roberto, for all the letting of blood, will there be a penance?
We fight to make peace, Anselmo. It's necessary to kill so others may live.
When peace comes, all men must do penance, or we'll never have a true and human basis for living again.
Are the wires clear?
Yes, Roberto.
Well, stretch them out along the bridge now. Hurry.
The detonator, yes. Roberto, look, the enemy. They're coming.
Tanks?
A whole column of tanks. They're coming toward the bridge.
They run with the wires. Hook them to the detonator and blow it.
No, Roberto, no.
By the time you reach the detonator, I'll be finished,
If I blow the bridge, I blow you too. No.
Do what I tell you.
No, I cannot, Roberto. They have reached the other side.
Get to the detonator and hook the wires for me.
Oh, yes, Roberto, yes.
Anselmo, is it ready?
Yes, they're on the bridge, Roberto.
So run to the horses. I'll follow.
Yes, Roberto.
Anselmo.
Sammy, blow it, amigo. Blow it.
Yes. Get on the horses. Hurry.
You're all right. Thank God. Thank God.
Pilar?
Yes?
Fernando?
Dead.
The old man also. Where's Pablo?
We saw him coming up the gorge. He'll be here in a...
Get down, hold it.
Ingles! Pilar! Come! All is ready for the retreat.
What was that shooting?
Ingles, look. Plenty of horses now.
The shooting, what was it?
Quiet, woman. Rafael, he's dead. Where's Fernando? The old man.
And where are the men of Elias? Where? Why don't you say you just shot them?
I look after my own people. The men of Elias were strangers. I provide horses for my own people.
We have horses to spare.
How would I know we would have 3 dead? Shut up! Now. I'll lead the retreat.
Retreat to where?
First down the gorge.
They'll be waiting for us down there.
We stay on this side of the river. They're on the other side.
They've got tanks. Tanks can ford the river.
I know the way.
Take the lead, then I'll follow.
There's the rolling glade. We cross it and go into the forest.
There's the tanks coming. They've seen us.
The tank cannot follow us in the forest.
Cannon. They've got cannon.
There is time to cross between shots. Hear me! At a gallop! One by one!
Pilar, Maria, you first.
No, I wait for you, Roberto.
No, wait then. Pilar, Primitivo, Andres, at a gallop!
Maria! Ingles!
Hurry! We wait you!
All right, Maria.
All right, Roberto.
Wait for the next shot, then go hard before they can fire
You
again.
will follow?
I'll follow.
I'm ready.
Go.
She's made it! Ingles!
Start off. I'm coming.
Ingles! He's gone.
Wait here. I'll get him.
What happened?
Your leg, you fainted, Roberto.
The tank?
There's no more tank.
Pablo did it. A
There-
grenade.
There are others coming down the road, Ingles. Cavalry.
Cavalry. My leg is broken.
Yes, Roberto, can you ride?
Maybe, Maria. Get me a piece of canvas.
Yes.
Tear it off one of the packs.
I help her.
You stay here.
Well, All English.
Bring me the machine gun. You'll make it all right if I hold them back.
No. No, we will carry you.
Don't argue. I couldn't stay on a horse. You can make it only if I stay here. Now, I want to talk to Maria alone. When I say take her, and make her go.
Yes, English.
Talk fast, English. They're coming to the gorge. I get the machine gun.
Roberto.
Listen, Maria, and don't say anything.
The canvas was laid.
No, Maria. We won't be going to America this time.
Roberto.
But I always go with you, wherever you go, understand?
No.
You'll leave with the others, Maria. As long as there is one of us, there's both of us, always.
No, I stay with you.
One of us must do this thing alone for the other. You understand? Because I love you.
It's easier if I stay. It's worse for me to go.
It's, as we said in the night, our time is now, and it will never end. And you'll go because you are good to me. You're going well and fast and far, and we both go with you. I promise you that. Now, stand up. You're all there will ever be left of me now.
I can't.
There's no goodbye, Maria.
No.
Because we're not apart. Pilar. And once you leave, Maria, you will not turn around. Be strong and take care of our life.
Maria.
No! Help
Maria.
her. Primitivo, help her.
You will obey, Maria.
No, I won't, Roberto. I won't leave him, Roberto.
What can I do, English?
The gun is loaded?
Yeah, and a few extra clips, if you can manage.
Look after the cropped head.
Always.
Go now.
Adios, English.
Hurry! I lead the retreat. Hurry!
Maria. Safe. She'll be safe now.
All right, after this. Right ahead.
Yes. Straight ahead, little captain. This way. This way. A little closer. A little closer. That's it. Now. Jordan, now.
Any man's death diminishes me because I am involved in mankind, and therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee.
Our stars return for their curtain calls in just a moment. Ladies, what do you say when you get a run in your stocking? Something like this?
Oh, nuts. Another run. My stockings don't last any time.
Or maybe...
Oh, gosh, a run. I'll never get this brand again.
Yes, most women blame runs on the stockings, but they should blame themselves. If they were honest, they'd say...
Oops, oh, a run. Well, that's what I get for rubbing these stockings with a cake of soap.
Or...
Well, it serves me right. Another run. Never should have used that strong soap on stockings.
That's more like it. Strong soaps or rubbing with cake soap weaken elasticity so threads break easily instead of stretching under strain. Runs pop sooner. Gentle Lux Care saves stocking elasticity, cuts down runs. Strain tests show stockings washed with Lux Flakes last twice as long. Remember, no strong soap, no rubbing, just lukewarm Lux suds. Dry rayons at least 24 hours. Gentle Lux Care will help you get twice the wear from every pair. Now, back to Mr. Kruger and our stars.
Now, as they come to the footlights for their curtain calls, we extend our thanks to Ingrid Bergman, Gary Cooper, Akim Tamirov, Gail Sundergaard, and Mikhail Razumny. And I don't mind telling you that your names are quite a mouthful.
Well, you've got 4 different nationalities represented, Mr. Kruger. That's right. Sweden, America, Denmark, and Russia.
Yes, and very ably represented, too. You know, you ought to form an alumni association of For Whom the Bell Tolls. I mean, you lived together for so long to make that picture.
6 months and 2 miles high in the Sierras. It was the ruggedest picture I ever made.
You must have plenty of vivid memories of that experience.
The thing I recall most clearly was Razumny riding a mule each morning to location.
What was wrong with me riding a mule?
I kept thinking it ought to be the other way around.
By the way, was that your own beard you wore in the picture, Akim?
Oh, it would have been, because the high wind would blow it off.
Oh.
I imagine it was terribly cold up in those mountains.
Yes, and hot, too. I remember Tamirov wearing a homemade Arab's hood to keep his face from being burned.
Yes. I was a Russian playing a Spanish part in an Arab costume in America.
Well, I certainly wish we had time for more of your experiences, but I want to be sure to tell our audience about next week's show, because we're serving up a rather special treat called Sunday Dinner for a Soldier, that brand new hit from 20th Century Fox.
Congratulations, Otto. And who's in your cast?
Well, our stars for next Monday night are Ann Baxter, John Hodiak, and Charles Winninger, bringing you the heartwarming story of a soldier on leave and a lovable family who take him to their hearts only to find that this hospitality has changed the course of all their lives.
Well, we'll certainly save Monday night for Sunday Dinner for a Soldier. Good night.
Good night.
Good
Good
night.
night. Good night, dear. Good night, and many thanks to all of you. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ann Baxter, John Hodiak, and Charles Winninger in Sunday Dinner for a Soldier.
Housewives, you can help to save American lives and speed the day of victory and peace by saving those waste fats and greases needed for vital war materials. Save every drop from your kitchen. Take them to your butcher in a clean can, and he'll give you 2 red ration tokens plus 4 cents for every pound. Otto Kruger will shortly be seen in the RKO picture Murder, My Sweet. Ingrid Bergman appeared through the courtesy of David O. Selznick and will soon be seen in the Selznick International production Spellbound. Akim Tamirov is currently appearing in Universal's Technicolor picture Can't Help Singing. Mikhail Razumny will next be seen in the Paramount picture Practically Yours. Gail Sondergaard appeared through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, producers of The Suspect. Heard in tonight's play were Tito Ronaldo, Charles Seal, Eddie Marr, Norman Field, Howard McNear, Jay Novello, Ed Emerson, Paul Theodore, and Joe Granby. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Sunday Dinner for a Soldier with Ann Baxter, John Hodiak, and Charles Winninger.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind.
This is Elliot Lewis. I believe there's a place for experimental drama in radio. CBS Radio also believes this, hence the Radio Workshop. The play you're going to hear is such an experiment. It's debatable whether it's too personal an experience. I don't think it is, and CBS Radio has been kind enough to give me the time to find out. Some of you may be offended, some revolted, some excited by the sharing of this experience. At all events, since it is an experiment, and since we'll be dealing with those strange depths in a man's mind called his subconscious, we ask your attention. The play is called Nightmare.
Are you all right? Johnny? Johnny?
Tired. I'm so tired.
Well, what was it? Are you all right?
Fine. Just felt a little sick. Tired.
I'll call Dr.
Oh,
Rogers.
it's late. Let the poor man sleep. Call him in the morning if I don't feel better.
You sure?
Sure. Just want to sleep.
I'll call him.
Please. It's all right.
Well, come to bed then. You can't sit here all night.
I'll be in a few minutes. Just sit here for a while.
I'll stay here with you then.
No need. I just get a little rest.
I'll stay here.
So tired. Funny.
I'll stay with you. I won't go away. I won't leave you. I'll stay right here.
Number 18 it was on a wide end run. The opposing tackle in black trunks finally downed him on the 19-yard line. And this is a good time to remind you that this is Johnny Scott bringing you the annual Gridiron Classic. That this is Johnny Scott. That's very odd, ladies and gentlemen. There's a man sitting on the far side of the field whose face... He seems to be smiling at something. Perhaps you all know him. He's a tall man, wears a black mustache, has black hair parted in the center and well and carefully combed. He's smoking a cigarette. Perhaps you all know him. There's the play. It's number 18 again, this time diving through his own left tackle. This boy is really tremendous. There, just now, the opposing tackle grabbed number 18 from behind. The man with the black mustache is applauding. Oh, no. The players on both sides have jumped on number 18, and they're hitting him with their fists. The crowd is going wild. This is horrible. People are jumping from their seats into the field to join in, but they're all on one side, all striking number 18, who's lying face down on the beautiful green sod of this lovely stadium. It's a lovely autumn day here in New Falls, and over 80,000 screaming fans are pounding and kicking player number 18. The man with the black mustache, I'm sure you all must know him. The man with the black mustache is standing in the center of the screaming mob. He seems to be directing their efforts. I've never seen anything like this, ladies and gentlemen. There doesn't seem to be anything anyone can do to save number 18. There, just now, the man with the black mustache picked up the quiet form of my father. He slung my father over his shoulder. He's making his way through the crowd. Why is he carrying my father away? Where is he taking my father?
Mr. Scott?
Pardon? Oh, yes, Captain.
We shall be pleased to have you at our table tonight.
Oh, thank you, sir. At your table.
Of course. Had you forgotten?
No, sir. Of course not.
Very well. At 15 bells.
Yes, thank you, Captain.
Good. Good work, my boy.
Mustn't forget. Dinner at 15 bells.
Master Scott?
Oh, hello, Miss Simpson. I'm glad to see you again.
Really?
Oh, of course I am. I always liked you, Miss Simpson. Just because I can't do my algebra doesn't mean I don't like you.
Take your seat, please. Can you remember where your place is in this room? Class. It seems strange to me that a young man would forget the location of his desk.
It seems strange to me that you should be holding your classes on board an ocean-going vessel.
An ocean-going vessel? Really? Rogers?
Yes, Miss Simpson.
You?
Good afternoon, John.
Weren't you just at the football game?
Football game? I've been here in class since first bell. I shall stay here until 15 bells.
Miss Simpson.
What is it, Master Scott?
I'd like to know why this student sitting here next to me has a black mustache and denies being at that football game this afternoon.
I object, Miss Simpson. I couldn't have been at that football game this afternoon when it is now only morning. This afternoon, in fact, has not yet arrived. Therefore, I move this entire case be dismissed.
Master Scott?
Why, I have nothing to say. His argument sounds logical, but I saw him hit number 18 at the football game this afternoon. I know I saw him. He hit my father and then carried him away.
Miss Simpson, it is obvious to me that since this morning to be specific, it is impossible that this young man, John, could have seen me this afternoon at anything this afternoon, since this particular afternoon won't be here until after this morning is over. Right?
Right. Master Scott?
He's trying to trick me. He's just saying words. He always does that. And I won't stand for it.
You were going to hit me?
I am going to hit you. I'm going to bloody your nose for you.
Then hit, then strike, then flay, then pound, then attack, then beat. Go!
Let go of my arms and I will.
I'm not near your arms. I won't touch your arms.
Let go of me.
I'm not near your arms. I won't touch your arms.
Then let go of me. Don't hit me. Please. Why? Why did you hit me? Stop hitting me.
I'm not near your arms.
You've got to let go of me.
I'm not hitting you, John.
There. Now you can't hit me. I've got to run faster. I think this is when I'm to have dinner with the captain.
Ah, Mr. Scott. Welcome to our little captain's dinner, which we have on board ocean-going vessels every night for invited guests of the captain. I am the captain.
May I remark, sir, about your very fine orchestra?
You may.
They're very fine.
Thank you. Now, if everyone will please be seated. Miss Simpson over there.
An apple. For me?
Rogers on her left.
Right.
Mr. Scott Sr. over there.
Thank you.
Hello, Dad.
Hi, Johnny. Don't bolt your food now.
I won't, Dad.
And our guest of honor, John Scott Jr., at the head of the table opposite me.
Thank you, sir.
Ready? On your mark. Get set. Go.
Oh, I'm sorry I'm late. I hope I didn't worry anyone.
Miss Vinson, you may sit next to Mr. Scott Secundus at the opposite head of the table.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Pleasure.
Are you enjoying the cruise, Mr. Scott?
Yes, very much, thank you. And you?
Very much, thank you.
Are you hungry?
No, I'm not.
Neither am I. Besides, I hate oatmeal.
Would you like to go outside?
Thank you, I would.
They won't notice. You don't think this is forward of me?
Of course not.
I've never left a dinner table with a young man before.
I'm sure you haven't. And I don't at all think it's forward of you. I think it's very admirable of you.
Thank you.
There's a man in there, the man with the black mustache. He's not a good man or a kind man. This afternoon, he almost killed a football player during the big game. And then he grabbed me and hit me in the chest.
Doesn't he like you?
I don't remember him. I seem to know him. Do you know him?
No, I don't. I don't think I do. What's his name?
The captain called him Rogers.
The name is familiar.
I seem to remember him.
Kiss me.
Thank you, dear.
I love you so much, Johnny.
And I love you, Ruth. I love you, Ruth.
That's good. How long have we been married, Johnny?
4 years, 7 months, and 12 days.
Correct.
But I've only known you 10 minutes.
Correct.
Did you hear that?
Oh, yes.
It sounded as though we'd scraped the bottom. Yeah, there it is again.
We're going up a river.
Isn't there enough water in the river?
Well, they had to let it out. There was a need for it elsewhere.
Oh, I see.
Do you mind very much?
No, I don't mind.
That's good. You'll get used to it.
Isn't it hard on the bottom of the boat?
Perhaps. I'm sorry about your father.
Yes.
So young to die.
My poor dear mother. To lose her love.
What will you do now, Johnny?
We can't get married, Ruth. Not yet.
All right. Poor lady.
Oh, that's not my mother. That's my algebra teacher, Miss Simpson.
Poor lady.
Good afternoon, Miss Simpson.
The class is dismissed. You may all go home. Thank you for being so kind. Please, excuse me.
Where were you?
What do you want?
Where did you go? Why did you go outside? Did you ask me whether it was all right for you to go outside?
Don't touch me.
I won't touch you. I just want to give you something.
Don't. Please don't. Don't hit me again. Please don't hit me again. Ruth! Ruth! Please come here. Please come here, Ruth. Where did you go? Ruth! Please, Ruth! Don't hit me again. Please don't hit me again.
What'd you say, Johnny?
Oh, hi, Dad.
Hello, son.
I thought someone had hit me. The man with the black mustache.
What man is that?
He was having dinner with us at the captain's table.
Oh, yes.
The sky looks nice through the trees.
That it does.
What are we going to do this afternoon, Dad?
Would you like to see a baseball game?
I'd love to.
Then we'll go see a baseball game and eat hot dogs and peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if we never come back, because we'll root.
And it's all right if we spoil our dinner?
I'll tell Mother to have dinner late tonight.
Dad.
Yes, Johnny?
Could I have the car tonight? I'll be careful.
Got a date with Ruth?
Yeah.
I like her, Johnny. So does your mother. She's a wonderful girl.
Do you really like her?
You bet I do.
That's good. I want to marry her, Dad.
That's good, son. That's good, son.
I want Ruth and I to be married and have a fine life and kids and a big house and a garden. Dad.
What is it, son?
You're dead.
Me? Not a chance.
But you are. I remember the day you died. You were so sick, and you died very quietly. I remember the funeral and how proud we all were because so many people, fine people, came to pay their respects.
I didn't die, Johnny.
I remember.
That must have been a dream, son. This is real, right now.
Is it, Dad?
Of course it is, son. That was a dream. This is real.
I can't hear you, Dad. What'd you say?
The Yankees are playing today, you know.
I can't hear you, Dad. Is something wrong with me?
I'll tell Mother to have a late supper.
Dad?
How do you do, young man? Nothing to worry about.
What do you want?
Nothing to worry about, young man. I have an appointment with your father.
You leave my dad alone.
Now, don't be nervous. Nothing to worry about.
Leave my dad alone, I said.
Here now. Step back. Back.
John? John?
What?
John?
I'm all right, Ruth. I'll be all right. It's just I'm lonely.
Johnny?
Don't go away, Ruth. Please don't go away. I don't want to be alone here.
Master Scott?
What? Oh, Miss Simpson.
Aren't you going to ask me for the next dance? You'd better hurry. My program's almost filled. See? I only have 18 empty spaces.
Miss Simpson, may I have the honor of the next 18 dances?
Why, Master Scott, what have you said? I should be delighted.
My arm.
Thank you.
You waltz beautifully, Mother.
They really knew how to waltz when I was a girl. When I was a girl.
You're hardly more than a girl now.
That's sweet.
And very true.
When I was a girl, I never had many empty spaces in my dance program. Young John Scott filled out my program for me at all the dances. We had a dance every Saturday night, and young John Scott was my escort. He was a very dashing young man.
Was he?
We were married, you know. I was Mrs. John Scott instead of Miss Simpson.
I know, Mother.
He died, you know.
I'm sorry.
He just died. No one knew why or how. Your father just died. May I borrow your handkerchief, Master Scott? I seem to have left mine in my purse.
Certainly, Miss Simpson.
Thank you. You may take me back to my chair now, Master Scott, and thank you for a lovely dance.
It was a pleasure. I hope I may have the pleasure again.
Thank you. The pleasure was all mine.
Good evening.
Good evening, Rogers.
What are you doing here?
I was practicing my samba.
I have always held that dancing the samba to a waltz is more interesting than dancing a samba to a samba. Don't you agree?
Quite.
Please excuse me.
I'll join you.
Thank you for a lovely evening.
This way.
Where are we going?
We've moved the office. There are some papers on your desk I think you should look over.
What kind of papers?
Oh, various triplicates, duplicate copies, a few scattered originals, and 18 photostats.
Well, I'd better clear my desk then. I don't like to have a cluttered desk.
Too drafty for you?
No, not at all. The air feels good. It was stuffy at the dance.
Respiration is bad. Bad respiration.
That's very strange.
What is?
I think you said that before to me. Or were you going to say it?
Respiration?
Have you ever said that to me?
It's entirely possible. It's a form of greeting I use. Most people say, "How are you?" when they meet you on the street. I never say, "How are you?" when I meet people on the street. I always remark concerning their respiratory tract.
Of course, I see.
Does the noise of all the typewriters annoy you?
No, I can't hear them.
That's good. Will you sit down?
Thank you.
If you'll sit on that typewriter, I'll let you ride back and forth while I make out this report.
Well, that's very kind of you. This is very enervating.
Just keep your arms out of the way. If you get your arms too near to me, I shall drive this spike through them. It's a hobby of mine.
I'll be careful. I promised Ruth I'd be careful.
You're a very fortunate man being married to Ruth.
I think I am.
Don't you know you are?
Of course I know I am.
Then why did you say you thought you were?
It was just a figure of speech.
If you don't stop using figures of speech, I shall have to insist that you stop riding on my typewriter carriage.
Well, I'd just as soon get off anyway. I feel quite dizzy.
Now wait till I disconnect the superheterodyne. I'll help you off. Your arm?
Thank you. Don't. Please, let go of my arm.
I'm sorry, didn't mean to hurt you.
What's wrong with you?
I said I was sorry. What can I say after I've said I'm sorry? Is that your song?
No.
You didn't write that song?
No.
Very well. Then we can get down to the business at hand. Will you sign those papers on the desk?
Are we allowed to do that?
I wouldn't ask otherwise. Your duty is plain. Do it.
All right. This is a strange fountain pen.
It's the newest model. It's made like a piece of chalk so that it can be erased.
Well, that's an excellent idea.
Now these photostats.
I've never signed a photostat.
Just use this camera.
Well, that's a good idea.
At the bottom, where the coffin is.
Where did you get these?
I made them out, kind sir.
These are death certificates.
Very well written, I think.
These are my dad's death certificates.
Life carries with the joy so many harsh blows.
Who are you? You're so familiar, yet I can't...
Just lie back now. Don't struggle.
Who are you?
That's it. Easy does it.
Put that hammer down. What are you doing with that hammer?
If you'll just bare your chest.
Please don't hit my chest. Please. I've got to get up. I've got to run away. Up. Get up. Why did everyone go away? Why did they all leave me? I wish I knew where I was. I've got to get home. This is such a dark place. I'm afraid of the dark. Ruth! Ruth, I'm afraid of the dark. It's dark and I'm alone. Ruth, please come and help me.
All right.
Maybe there's a door down there, down at the other end. Have I... Why is it so hard to walk?
You'll be all right.
I've got to walk. That'll do it. If I can walk, I can get out of here.
Careful, Johnny.
It's so far to the door. Maybe someone's moving the door away from me. Why do they do that? Don't they know I have trouble walking? Don't they know it's hard for me to walk?
Struggle. Don't struggle.
I got to get to the door. I got to get to the door.
All right. He'll be all right.
Oh, thank God.
This is a strange thing for a doctor to say, I guess, but I just couldn't let him die. You see, I was the doctor when his father passed away.
Oh, I didn't know that. I never knew his father.
I haven't seen him since. I've always felt that he bore me a grudge because of his father. Families very often do that, you know.
Are you sure he's all right now?
Yes, he's all right. A few months of bed rest.
He won't be disfigured, crippled?
I can promise you he won't be. Strange.
What?
He struggled against me, fought me so hard. You'd almost think he'd been conscious through the whole seizure.
Oh, I don't think he was. He didn't even know me at the time his eyes were open.
You'd better get some sleep now. I'll stay with him until morning, then we'll get him to the hospital. He'll be all right. Don't worry about him.
All right, Doctor.
It is strange, though, the way he fought me. Strange.
As with all dreams, Elliot Lewis, who played Johnny Scott, also produced, directed, and was the author of tonight's Nightmare. The music was composed and conducted by Fred Steiner. Ruth Scott was played by Mary Jane Croft. Edgar Barrier was Dr. Rogers. Paula Winslow and Herb Butterfield were Mother and Father Scott. And Barney Phillips was the captain. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William N. Robeson.
Now, Mr. Barry Sullivan on the Hollywood Star Playhouse. Hollywood Star Playhouse. Tales of suspense, thrills, adventure by Hollywood's finest writers with Hollywood's top stars. Brought to you each week by the American Broadcasting Company. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Orville Anderson. Welcome to the Hollywood Star Playhouse. Barry Sullivan is appearing tonight by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Rich, Young, and Pretty, starring Jane Powell, Daniel Daryou, and Wendell Corey. Back in his cub reporter days, he thought he'd written his last obit. Well, then he got a police beat, and finally all the way up to a byline and the Pulitzer Prize. But now it's come full circle. Listen to Barry Sullivan as a reporter named Cathcart calling in his last story. An obit for Joe.
Phone. Where is it? Now, cigarette, match. Not bad, kid. Not bad at all. Now. Walter, dear Walter, come home to me now.
Time city desk done.
Joe Cathcart.
Joe, for crying out loud, where have you...
Shut up. You got a pencil?
Pencil?
Yeah. You were a rewrite man 30 years ago, Waller. Let's see how much shorthand you remember.
Joe, are you loaded?
Up to here. You're missing a wonderful party. You ready with a pencil?
Look, what is all this? Are you...
Here we go. Headed up. Add obit.
Hold it. Obit. You don't mean obituary.
Indeed I do.
Whose?
Mine. Right from the start, you wanted to make something out of it, Waller. With me and 99 cops yelling you were crazy, and it wasn't a story. It was a statistic. So it was a story. The least I can do now is play it like Gallagher, the boy reporter, so you can make with the big type you love so well. It begins, of course, with the blonde. Attractive, early 30s, nice figure. The third from the end. The third slab from the end, that is, in the city morgue.
Well, there you are. Unidentified. Picked up off Pier 23, foot of Greenwich Street, 3 p.m. yesterday. M.E. thinks she hit the water Tuesday night around 8 o'clock.
Okay, Lieutenant. Suicide?
What else?
I'm asking.
If we decide different, we'll let you know.
Hey, what's the matter? Wife overcook your eggs?
Just forget the circulation buildup, that's all. I don't want to read any headlines about the police being baffled in the death of a mystery beauty. It's a suicide. Dame got to moping and jumped in the bay.
Yes, sir.
We've had 12 just like her so far this year, and par for the course is 20. So we'll have 8 more between now and Christmas. No mystery threats now, or dark foreigners or anonymous phone calls to your city desk.
Lieutenant Halloran, you have a nasty, suspicious mind.
Why shouldn't I? What's Walter Dunn's top staff man doing on a routine suicide like this one? Right after I spend all morning with a little finishing school job answering 1,000,001 questions about...
Hey, wait a minute. What finishing school job?
Tweed suit, horn-rimmed specs, hair in a bun. You know her, Joe. I thought she was your leg man.
I don't know her. And my leg man is me. What's her name?
You got me. Ask Walter. He sent her.
Okay. Oh, thanks, Halloran.
And write it honest, will you? Just this once.
Which was the first I'd ever heard of Julie Burgoyne, Walter. How I wish it had been the last. Our old man owned a hatful of downtown real estate. She had $500,000 in her own name, and she wanted to play a reporter like Marie Antoinette played shepherdess. Somebody gave her a job on the classified ad desk. Unquestionably the worst break of my career.
Mr. Cathcart, you must believe me. I'm sure I know all about that girl
Look,
anymore.
sweetheart, why don't
now,
you
hold
go...
it, Joe. The kid has something. That blonde in the bay...
It's a suicide. Waller, I just talked to Lieutenant Halloran. He says on this one, we don't beat the drums.
He doesn't have to sell papers. Did he tell you who she is?
They don't know.
That's just the point. I do.
Oh, you do?
Yes. Her name's Ellie McClure. She came in last week to place classified ad.
Mm-hmm.
She wanted to sell some personal things, some jewelry and stuff. Well, she was acting so strangely I couldn't help remembering her.
Despondent?
No. She was afraid.
Afraid of what?
Well, I think she was afraid someone was going to kill her.
Hey, you better go back to your classified ad.
No, the kid's got something, Joe.
You see, I couldn't help saying what a shame it was to sell personal things like an engagement ring and a bracelet and a locket and so on. But she said it didn't matter anymore. She said if she got money out of them to pay the rent for 2 more weeks, that would be enough. Because in 2 weeks, she'd be either rich or dead.
Well, what do you make of it?
She was playing the horses, maybe. Went broke. How would I know?
I think you'd better find out. What's her address, Julie?
Foxwell Apartments on Bush Street.
Well?
Well, what?
You got your lead.
There's one way of looking at it.
Shut up and go. If it blows, I'll buy you a drink.
Well, hey, what about me? It's my story, isn't it?
You follow him around and you might learn something. Beat it, both of you. City desk done. Larry, for Pete's sake, get the lid out.
I could have put up an argument, Walter, but you were wearing your try-and-stop-me look, so I took corner rims by the elbow and steered her downstairs into a cab. Foxwell Apartments, driver, 1280 Bush Street.
Hey, how'd you know the address? Mr. Cathcart, how'd you know
I looked it up.
Oh. Well, say, I hope you don't mind that I'm...
I do.
But just think, Mr. Cathcart, maybe it'll be big. My first story. Maybe it's a scoop.
Scoop, just like the movies.
Well, it might be.
First off, little one, who told you it was your story?
Well, isn't it? I got the lead.
It's a long mile from there to a byline.
Yes, I suppose it is.
Look, let's understand a couple of things, shall we?
Yeah.
If you've got newspaper ink in your veins instead of blood, fine. If you were born in the theater lobby between acts of the front page, congratulations. But I'm for real, honey. I've been making a living at this for some time now, and I know a dud when I see one. And more important, I've got to get along with the police department, and when they say lay off, I lay off.
So you want me to lay off, too?
I want you to go back to your classified ad desk or whatever you were playing at when you dreamed this up.
I didn't dream it up. That girl was murdered, and I'll prove it to you.
Okay. It's your ball, honey.
Miss McClure's apartment's down to the end of the hall. Sorry to make you walk, but the elevator's busticated today.
Oh, well, we don't mind, Mrs.
Huh? Oh, it's Donovan.
Donovan.
Don't think you'll find her home. Can't tell you much about her. Only been with me a couple of weeks. Oh. Here we are now. Hoo-hoo. Miss McClure.
Mrs. Donovan.
Huh?
We knew we couldn't find her home.
Well, great night. Why'd you make me pump up them stairs then?
Well, you see...
Hey, Mrs. Donovan, when did you last see Miss McClure?
Well, let me see now. How does Tuesday night sound?
Exactly right.
Exactly right for what?
Never mind. Where'd you see her Tuesday night?
Come down to my rooms around 5, I think it was. Wanted to borrow my iron to press her dress.
Uh-huh.
Well, then she was going out somewhere.
Well, she said so. Happy as a lark she was. Big evening.
Happy. You see, now, does that sound like a girl who's
Yeah. Go ahead, Mrs. Donovan. Who'd she go out with?
How should I know? Some old flame, she said.
An old flame?
What's this all about? Is something wrong?
Well, it depends on your viewpoint, Mrs. Donovan. It's this way.
It's Julie, look, let's keep a level head, shall we? Mrs. Donovan, you're sure that's the last time you saw Tuesday around 5?
Well, I heard her after that in her apartment.
All right. When?
Oh, around midnight, I guess. I heard her moving around in there, and I thought I'd get my iron back. So I knocked, but she didn't answer.
Moving around? You mean she was opening drawers and things, huh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, Mrs. Donovan, did you think it was strange when she didn't answer?
In this apartment, you knock once and go about your business.
Well, it's too bad you weren't more curious, Mrs. Donovan. It wasn't Ellie McClure in her apartment. It was the old flame. The man who killed her.
Killed?
Julie, shut up.
What do you mean? She was killed.
Where's the key? I want to look in this apartment.
Oh, Halloran would love that.
Well, aren't we?
Without a warrant? No.
Miss McClure's dead, you say?
Yeah, she's dead. Here, Mrs. Donovan, is $20. Keep this under your wig, understand? Let's go, Julie.
But I still think we ought to at least look in the apartment. After all,
Dead.
Joe, we might find something
Miss
very
McClure. I didn't know she was dead.
I don't know. Maybe the kid did have something, Walter. We had 2.5 hours until the paper went to bed, so we stopped off at the top of the mark for a strategy session over a couple of scotch and sodas by one of the windows. Night had settled over the city. Market Street was a neon stripe now from Twin Peaks to the Embarcadero, and the bridge lights stretched from there across the bay like a string of yellow beads. Enough to make most girls sentimental, but not Julie.
It was murder, Joe.
Maybe.
Positively. I think I can put it together now.
Uh-huh. How does it go?
Blackmail.
It's always been good. Who and to whom?
Ellie and the old flame from Kansas City.
Kansas City? Why pick on
They
a town
found a
like
store label in one of her shoes.
Huh.
She knew him in Kansas City. They were mixed up in something crooked, maybe. Anyhow, she had something on him. Something big.
Then what?
Well, so she found him out here, maybe living under another name. And she needed money, badly. She decided to blackmail him. That's what she meant when she told me she'd either be rich or dead.
So she made a date with him, dressed up the party dress?
And he killed her. Then he went back and searched the apartment for anything that might connect the two of them. That's what Mrs. Donovan heard. How's that sound?
Pretty tired. They do it every month in the Black Mask magazine.
Oh, Joe, you're a cynic. He's somewhere down there right now, in that maze of buildings with murder on his conscience, wondering what's going to happen next, waiting for the axe to fall.
She was wrong, Walter. He was closer than that. His drink was sitting next to hers, and he was holding her hand, wondering when her 16-cylinder intuition would come up with the clincher. The clincher that Joe Cathcart, Pulitzer Prize winner with a rich wife in Hillsborough and a garage full of Cadillacs. Joe Cathcart put that dowdy blonde in her place on the third slab from the end in the city morgue. Yeah, Walter. I was the old flame.
We will continue with Act Two of Hollywood Star Playhouse in just a moment.
Though there are more graduate nurses in service than ever before, constantly increasing needs for nursing personnel, including the growing requirements of the armed forces, have created a demand for still more. The opportunity for a professional education and the chance of working with leaders in their community and serving humanity awaits thousands of alert girls who choose nursing as their career. If you are a young lady seeking a future with meaning, go to your nearest hospital for information about the career of a graduate nurse.
Now, Act Two of An Obit for Joe, starring Mr. Barry Sullivan.
Yes, Joe, it was murder. And he's down there somewhere, waiting for the axe to fall. Joe, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing. How about another drink?
I beg your pardon, sir.
Oh, what is it, waiter?
There's a gentleman who would like to talk to you, sir.
Gentleman, where?
Other side of the bar.
Oh, yes, I see him. I'll be right back, Julie. Bring the lady another drink, will you?
Yes, sir.
Is this a coincidence?
Nope. Drink?
Thanks, no.
I saw you and the dame go into the apartment.
Sticking around pretty close, Bert.
Well, in my business, it pays. You find things out that way.
So what?
So I better set you straight on what your $5,000 bought you.
Why don't you get up on a stump?
No, don't get nervous. There's no one around. Yet. That money got you dead blonde. Didn't buy you a newspaper scoop.
You think I'm crazy?
Well, I didn't. Till I saw you at the apartment.
It's the kid over there. She jumped in with both feet.
Well, pull her out. By the neck if you have to. How much does the landlady know?
She heard you around midnight.
Me?
Yeah. Snooping around, opening drawers.
Well, she's lying. I never went back.
You know what?
I didn't have to. Ellie had a purse with her, big purse. There were letters, a couple of snapshots, marriage license. So if you think you can hang this on me and stay clean yourself, think again.
That works both ways,
Oh, I'm happy with my $5,000. I won't shake you down. But get this. Nothing in the papers, understand? If this ever hits page 1, my little brown bundle gets dumped in the lap of the DA.
If it ever gets going, it'll take more than me to stop it.
Well, you better try, Joe. You better try. So long, Joe.
I watched him walk out like he owned me, which he did. Turn and give me a wink as he stepped into the elevator. I beat my head there for a minute trying to figure out the next move, but there just wasn't any. And it was a waste of effort anyway because Julie made the next move. When I got back to the table, she was gone.
Joe, where is she?
Julie?
Who else?
Well, don't jump down my throat. I thought she was with you.
I asked you a question, Walter. Where is she?
Out burning up the street somewhere. Hey, the kid's great, Joe. She called me about the landlady.
She's crazy.
Who, the landlady?
Both of them. Did she mention the landlady was drunk?
Huh?
Sure. Her name's Donovan. I've seen her at night court half a dozen times on drunk and disorderly raps. She's one of those crazy characters who'll do anything to get a name in the paper.
You think she's lying?
I know she's lying. The minute she found out we were from the Times, she shot off like a phonograph. Invented that cock and bull story about Ellie McClure and the old flame and the iron and the dress. Walter, I'll make a bet with you. $50 says Ellie McClure isn't even dead.
What?
Look, you've only got the kid's word the blonde is the McClure dame. You want to go out on a limb, Walter? Smear it all over page 1 and have McClure turn up laughing?
Well, sit down. City desk done. Huh? Really? Good girl. Good girl. Phony, huh?
What is it? Well?
Joe, my boy, Julie's at Pier 23. She's got a witness. A guy who saw another guy pull up at the foot of the pier at 9 Tuesday night and dump something big in the water.
Jimmy Randolph, his name was. A merchant seaman, and she had him staked out in a little bar on the Embarcadero. I found him leaning over a beer alone. You Jimmy Randolph?
That's right.
Joe Cathcart, Times.
Oh, yeah, she said you'd be along.
Oh, she did? Where is she?
Said she had an errand uptown.
Oh.
I guess she went the dope on Tuesday night, huh?
Yeah, you told her you saw a guy pull up in a car.
Yeah, I had a couple of drinks at the bar here. Walked out about 9. Saw this car pull up across the way. Didn't pay much attention. Then a guy got out and opened one of the rear doors and hauled out something.
Couldn't make out what it was, could you?
Well, might have been a body.
It might have been a sack full of rubbish, too, mightn't it?
Well, I don't know.
Say, Jimmy, you're a seafaring man, aren't you?
Maybe, President Monroe.
Doesn't pay too well, does it?
What's on your mind, pal?
Well, it just happened to hit me, Jimmy. If you were to suddenly decide it was a sack of rubbish instead of a body, you might find a stray $500 bill in your duffel bag tomorrow morning.
Are you kidding?
Okay. Let's make it 1,000. How's that?
Oh, holy criminy. What a chump I've been working my head off on a ship. All I got to do is sit here and I got it made.
Hi, Cathcart.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant.
You must be in good form tonight.
Funny man.
Some people think so. Who are you?
Jimmy Randolph.
Oh, yeah. You're the one who saw the body go into the bay, right?
We were just talking about...
Shut up. You say you were in here for a couple of drinks Tuesday night and saw it happen on your way home. You right, Randolph?
More or less.
Mostly less. Tuesday was election day. This joint was closed. How much did he pay you to say that?
Pay me? Him?
Yeah.
Look, Lieutenant, I haven't...
Anything for page 1, huh,
Lieutenant,
Joe?
I tell you, I had nothing to do...
Don't hand me that. We got it all from the landlady at the Foxwell Apartments. Hornrim slipped her a C-note for the performance.
What?
When Mrs. Donovan found that it involved a dead girl, she got scared and called us.
Wait a second. Randolph. Randolph, did she...
Okay. It was 150. So what?
Why, that little...
You mean this wasn't your idea, Joe?
Randolph, where is she? Where did she go uptown?
I can help you there. We found her waving a handful of bills under the nose of the tenant next door to Ellie McClure. She's out in the car.
Hello, Joe.
All right. How much of it was true?
Well, she did come into the department and place the ad.
Yeah, what else?
That's all. Well, I had to take it from there, Joe. Too bad, isn't it? We would have had such a tremendous, big, wonderful scoop.
Scoop? Why, you knuckle-headed... Where's the phone? Oh.
Times City desk done.
Walter, this is Joe.
Well, I got news for you, baby. The kid came up with a play-by-play account of what happened when the guy called for Ellie. It seems the tenant next door heard them.
Kill it.
Kill it? Why?
It blew up like I said it would. They're bought and paid for, all of them. She did it with a little bankroll.
Huh? You mean Julie?
I mean Julie.
No. Say it ain't so, Joe.
She's sitting out in the squad car right now. If they feel like it, they can file bribery charges against us. So kill the whole thing, understand?
Joe, I can't.
You can't. Why not?
The paper went to bed an hour early. We're on the street.
His name was Bert, Walter. That's all I knew. I'd found him in a pool room in North Beach. Took me 10 minutes to get there. I shook up a wino sleeping in the doorway. Yeah, he knew Bert. Used to drive a taxi for the Green Cab Company. Oh, you did it up round, Walter. There was a newsboy on every corner along the way, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Mystery Beauty keeps date with killer." 10 more minutes gone. The dispatcher at the Green Cab Company remembered Bert. Albert Bracamonte, his real name was. I found it in the phone book. A dingy walk up on Fillmore Street. Bert! A drab, dark stairway lit by a single naked bulb led from the street up to the second floor. Felt empty, like no one had lived there for a long time. The door was open. I went in. Stupid? Yeah, I guess so. But all I could think of was the brown bundle, wondering if he'd jumped the gun, hoping it wasn't stuck under the DA's door. There was a broken-down dresser in the corner, a nightstand, and a closet. If it was here, it'd be in one of the three. I started on the dresser.
You rat, you dirty, stinking rat.
Wait a minute, Bert. You got it wrong.
I got it right, Joe. I got it right.
Bert, no, don't! Give me that gun. Wait, no, you don't. Let go of my... There.
Don't do it, Joe. Don't do it.
So, that's it, Walter. Final thrilling chapter in the life of Joe Cathcart, boy reporter. Give my love to the boys, huh?
Joe, I don't know what to say.
Don't be too hard on horn rims. You know, looking back at it now that it doesn't matter one way or the other, the kid is great.
Joe, can I...
Straighten her out, Walter. Hold her down a little, and you'll have a great reporter.
Joe! Joe!
Barry, after a finish like that, it's almost a surprise to have you here at the microphone again. But I'm glad you are, because it gives us a chance to thank you for a great performance.
The pleasure was all mine, Orville, even though I did have to die in the end. But don't forget these live characters around here. Mary Jane Croft, Will Wright, Ted Von Elst, Jane Morgan, Frank Gustel, and Sheldon Leonard. Thanks, folks.
Thanks again, Barry. Tonight's play was written especially for Mr. Sullivan by Harold Swanton, with music by Basil Adlam. The entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. And now, here is the star of next week's thrilling story on Hollywood Star Playhouse, Miss Claire Trevor.
The stillness is deathly. Outside our windows, the sea heaves in thick, syrupy swells. A sea of vengeance. And racing towards us from below the dark horizon, the wave, waiting for us if we try to escape. And our only hope, the launch, is baited with exploding death.
Claire, you have us on the edge of our seats already. And we won't miss The Wave next week. Thanks. On tonight's program, all characters and incidents were fictitious. Any similarity to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. And now, this is Orville Anderson saying good night for Hollywood Star Playhouse.
This is Barry Sullivan again, reminding you that our good friend Ted Mack is coming your way next on ABC with his original Amateur Hour. It's a grand show. I hope you'll all stay tuned.
Transcribe.
This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring Herbert Marshall in Heaven is Like That, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you this week by International Sterling, world-famous solid silver. And here is our director, Conrad Nagel.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you to the 20th program in the current Silver Theater series. Today we're glad to present once again Herbert Marshall, who, supported by Francis Robinson, stars in True Boardman's original drama, Heaven is Like That. Many other brilliant stars will also appear on our stage soon. To mention a few, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Paulette Goddard, Cary Grant, Humphrey Bogart, Edna Best, and Thomas Mitchell. At the end of our program today, I'll tell you which of them is to be our next guest. Now, there's just a moment before Silver Curtain goes up. A moment we'd like to devote to success. Your success. If you will, Dick.
Nearly all of you, ladies and gentlemen, have your own measure of success. Some one thing that in your eyes means you're a person. You've arrived. For a man, that goal is often the purchase of a particularly distinctive-looking car. For a woman, it's more apt to be the pride of a beautiful home, surroundings and possessions that give her background and personality. And there are few things that contribute so richly to that feeling as sterling silver. Because sterling is solid silver. Silver to be enjoyed not just a month or a year, but a lifetime. International sterling is a particularly superb example of solid silver craftsmanship. Created by the foremost silver house in the world, International sterling has such brilliant design, such rich elegance, that to many people it is the sterling of all sterlings. But words alone do little justice to its really glorious beauty. The thing to do is visit your silverware dealer, see it yourself, and learn how easy it is to own silver you can be proud of all the days of your life. International Sterling Silver.
And now the house lights dim and the silver curtain rises on the first act of Heaven is Like That, starring Herbert Marshall as Christopher Lane, with Francis Robinson as Eileen. The scene is London, 5 years ago. At his flat in the smart West End district, Christopher Lane is giving a party. As they always do, Christopher's guests are enjoying themselves immensely. And as for Christopher himself...
Mr. Lane, sir.
Yes, Wilson?
I beg your pardon, sir, but Dr. Rogers is in the library. He says he must speak to you privately.
Oh, I can't. I have guests.
He said it was most important, sir.
Oh, well. Excuse me, all of you. Rogers, old man.
Hello, Chris. I thought you were going to ring me up the morning after I examined you.
I'm sorry, Doctor, but there was no rush about it. I only bought the insurance in the first place because Freddie Tillman needs the business. You know,
Chris, I'm serious. I've got to talk to you.
All right, let's have it.
In many ways, the medical profession has made great strides. You might even say we've accomplished miracles. In others...
Yes?
Well, we've failed. Thus far, that is. There are certain diseases that we've been unable to conquer. One of them is a very rare blood condition called leukemia.
I've heard of it.
Yes, then you've undoubtedly heard also that at least certain cases are incurable.
Yes, I think I knew that. Yes, I read about... Wait a moment. You're not trying to say that I...
That's just what I am trying to say, my boy.
I don't believe it, as well as you are.
Oh, well, I would have said so, too. But it so happens the blood tests don't lie. I'm terribly sorry, Chris, believe me.
What do you mean,
there's nothing to be done?
Naturally, we'll try treatments, but...
How long? I want the truth.
1 year at most. More probably 10 months.
10 months. Drink, Rogers?
No, Chris. And you shouldn't either. In your condition, it's most dangerous.
I give you a toast.
Chris.
A little out of season, but still fitting. Very fitting. Dr. Rogers, I give you a Happy New Year.
Chris, darling, where have you been? What's wrong?
Wrong? Why should anything be wrong? I'm going out, that's all.
But your party.
Hang the party, I'm going out. I happen to feel like walking. Alone. Any objections?
But Chris!
I said another brandy. Double.
I heard you, sir. But begging your pardon, sir. Oh, shouldn't you call it quits? After all, you had a good many before you came here and...
Give over, Amy. Let the gentleman have his drink if he wants it.
Oh, all right. Here you are, sir.
Thank you.
God blimey. He just downs my gale, he does.
Yeah, here's the money.
Oh, but wait, sir, your change. And how about a cab, sir? This ain't no part of London for a gentleman, sir. Especially a night like this and you unsteady like. Huh. Well, how do you like that?
I likes it, Amy. I likes it.
What are you up to, Davy?
Nothing at all, Amy. Nothing at all. But did you see that wallet on him? Jerry, lad. Here, wake up. There's work for us this night.
That's, still not clear. You say you found me in the street?
Nearly 2 hours ago. You must have fallen, and there was no one else to help you. I couldn't just leave you lying there, so I brought you to my room. Drink more of that tea.
But, how did you get me up here?
You came to enough to walk, with me helping you. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'll get on with my packing.
Who are you?
My name's Eileen.
Packing? What for?
Oh, I have to leave here in the morning. Unless I get a job, that is.
I see. What kind of a job have you been looking for?
I'm in service. I was downstairs maid to Mrs. Gamma for 2 years, until she died last autumn. That's where I got this.
A silver teapot. Mrs. Gamma gave it to you?
Lord, no. I left it on the fire one day and burnt a hole in the bottom. She was frightfully angry and took full payment for it from my wages. So now it's my personal private treasure in a way. All I've got, that is.
Oh, I should say it was a treasure. Lovely one.
Of course, I'll have to have it mended for him. To make his tea, I mean.
Him? Don't tell me you have a husband.
Oh, not yet. But when I get one. I will, of course, someday. Do I look like a girl who wouldn't get a husband?
Not at all, no. I'm sure you'll get the very best of husbands. And now...
Oh, are you going?
Yes, thanks to you, I believe I can manage now. And you've been more than kind. I'd like to show you my appreciation by leaving...
What is it?
A minor matter, young lady. But I'll trouble you for my money.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I had more than £50 of it when I left home tonight. Now it's gone.
£50? But you... Oh. So that's what they were about.
Who?
When I came up to you, I saw some men beside you. But when I called, they disappeared into the fog.
And my money with them.
What's funny?
It's absurd. There's every reason in the world for me to think you're lying. But I know somehow that you're not.
Then you know what's true. I'll never lie.
Eileen, how old are you?
18, sir.
What would you do if you had only 1 year to live?
I'd pray.
And after that?
I don't know. I never thought. But I guess I'd try to decide just who to give the teapot to.
That's really all you'd think of. But what about yourself? What about filling those last months with all the pleasure you could find?
Oh, good heavens. You don't know much, do you?
Don't I?
Who ever heard of finding any happiness by going out and looking for it?
But one would find it in giving things away, huh?
Of course. It's taking things from others that's hard. But giving things, that's easy.
Is it? Eileen, suppose you had, instead of just a silver teapot, let's say £1,000 to give away.
You might as well say 20,000.
All right, I will say 20,000. You see, I do have just 1 year to live.
Oh, it's not true.
I found out myself tonight.
But are you sure? It may be a mistake.
No, it's true enough. And because it's true, I'm interested in what you say. Suppose I were to spend my year the way you'd spend it in my place. Do you think you could help me?
You mean help you to give money away?
Just that.
But why do you need help? Just do it.
But you know where there's real need. I don't. I'll wager you could think right now of a dozen people who need money, and badly.
Well, there's always Mrs. Davis. She's been sick ever so long. And then there's Melio.
Melio?
The bootmaker's oldest boy. He could be a wonderful violinist someday, but he needs lessons with a real master. And there's... Oh, you're right. There are so many to be helped.
Then you'll do it, Eileen?
Are you sure you're sober now?
Oh, yes, I'm quite sober.
And you're not crazy? It's hard to tell these days.
And I'm not crazy.
All right, then. I will help you. But why are you doing it?
Why? I'm not quite sure. Maybe it's because my year is suddenly very precious to me. I've always tried the other recipes for happiness. They never worked. Perhaps yours will.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to take advantage of this brief intermission to clear up a mistaken idea which so many people have. If you will, Dick.
Many women in modern circumstances feel that owning solid silver is just out of the question. That really is a mistaken idea, and I wish every woman who has a home of her own now, or who expects to have one, would realize how very true indeed that is. For you can now buy one of the finest and handsomest sterlings, International Sterling, right out of income. Take International's newly created romance chest, for example. As already planned, it takes care of all the entertaining the average woman does. For there are 36 sterling pieces in the stunning walnut chest, solid sterling pieces, exquisitely wrought in your choice of those three most popular patterns, minuet, prelude, or enchantress. The chest and silver together cost $100, but under your silverware dealer's easy budget plan, only a few dollars down will bring this impressive silver to your dinner table. There's another easy way to own sterling silver, too. For as little as $16.75, you can get one complete place setting in beautiful International Sterling. And once you have your start, it's a simple matter on birthdays, anniversaries, or other special occasions to add matching place settings until you have a proud sterling service, complete in every last detail. So stop wishing and start planning. Visit your silverware dealer tomorrow, Monday, and feast your eyes on the richness and beauty that is solid silver. Then, plan to set your own table now with solid silver created by silversmiths who have been master craftsmen for 5 generations. International Sterling Silver.
Again, the house lights dim and the silver curtain rises on the final act of Heaven is Like That, starring Herbert Marshall as Christopher Lane, with Frances Robinson as Eileen. It's the following day, and just outside Christopher's bank in St. Martin's Place at the appointed hour.
Well, here's the first installment. Take it, Eileen.
£1,000. Actually, £1,000. And in my own hands.
I suppose you already planned how to dispose of it?
Oh, yes, I have. It's $400 to Mrs. Davis, $300 for Melio.
Never mind the details. I'm leaving that to you.
Well, I'll bring receipts. It should be done by 4 o'clock.
Good. Then I'll meet you at my flat.
Oh, but I couldn't do that.
No?
It would hardly be proper, sir.
At your room, then?
That's not much better.
Oh, I see. Well, where can you suggest, considering all the proprieties I need?
There's always a public park. Hyde Park, for instance, near Marble Arch.
Hyde Park near Marble Arch it is. 4 o'clock.
Very good, sir.
And look, my name's Christopher Lane.
Yes, Mr. Lane.
Christopher?
Yes, Mr. Christopher.
All right, you win. Goodbye, Eileen. Till 4 o'clock.
Hey, mister.
Huh?
Would you be Mr. Christopher Lane, sir?
Yes, I'm Christopher Lane.
Well, a girl told me to give you this.
Thank you. Oh.
Oh, I say, have I been fetching all that money and without even knowing it?
Yes, £1,000. Listen, where was the girl when she gave you this?
At Mrs. Park's rooming house on Burberry Street. She was near crying, sir.
Here, take this for your trouble.
Oh, I say, a pound note? Thank you, sir.
Taxi. Here, taxi.
There was no need for you to come. I sent you back the money.
Why? That's what I want to know. Eileen, you're crying.
And suppose I am. A girl has a right to cry if she wants to.
Certainly, but she usually has a reason as well. Do you want to tell me?
No.
Then perhaps I can tell you. Your friends wouldn't take the money you were so anxious to give them.
How did you know? Oh, Mr. Christopher, I don't understand it. Mrs. Davis was all of a sudden angry when I offered her share. She said whatever gave me the idea that she would take charity.
But surely you didn't stop at Mrs. Davis?
Emilio's father said I must have stolen the money. How can you laugh? I've ruined everything.
I wouldn't say it was quite as bad as that. You've just overlooked one thing. The snobbery of the very poor. It's infinitely stronger than the snobbery of the very rich.
But what can we do if people won't take help when it's offered to them?
We can masquerade it, Eileen. We can make it look like Providence. And there's no one so poor he doesn't still believe in Providence.
How do you mean?
I suppose you leave that part of it to me.
Oh, very well, Mr. Christopher.
Look, you couldn't call me just plain Christopher.
Oh, no, sir. It would hardly be proper with my being in service and you a gentleman.
All right. But you will go through with our bargain now?
I don't know.
Or something else?
Yes.
What is it?
I don't think I could stand it.
Stand what?
Well, you know how it is when you're around someone a good deal, even just working with them. You get attached to them, in a respectful sort of way, I mean.
And you're afraid you'd get attached to me?
I couldn't help it. And then to see you day after day, always knowing in my heart you were only waiting for... I couldn't.
You mean it's my dying that you're afraid of?
Not just the dying, but after. If we just knew what was beyond, it might be different.
But I do know. And because I know, I'm not afraid.
You really know? Tell me, what's it like?
Like? Eileen, when in all your life were you the happiest?
In all my life? Well, I suppose it was the summer Mrs. Gamma took a country house. In Devonshire it was.
I know Devonshire.
Then you must know what I mean. The soft green rolling hills and the valleys in between with primroses and daffodils in bloom. And the houses, almost like they were painted against the sky.
Well, Eileen, it's very much like that.
You mean after?
Yes. You see, most people never realize that what we call heaven is really our fondest memories recaptured and our secret hopes all realized. And so I'm sure that in your heaven, there are the rolling hills, the valleys filled with flowers, even the painted houses against the sky, and in every house, a whole row of shining silver teapots.
But you say that's heaven for me. What about yours?
Mine. It's very much the same. So surely that's no place for either of us to be afraid of, is it?
Oh, it would seem foolish to be afraid of that.
Of course it would. Now let's get to work. First, there's Mrs. Davis. What would be the best antidote for her overdose of pride? Mrs. Davis, you had, I believe, a cousin, Melissa, who went to Australia some 30 years ago.
Melissa? Oh, well, I'm not sure now. I've had a good mess of cousins in my time. My father was one of 11 children, you know.
Yes, very interesting. The point is, Mrs. Davis, it is my duty as a member of the firm of Moore, Scantlebury & Coote to inform you that your cousin died in Australia and left you the sum of, £397, 9 shillings and 6 pence.
Oh, merciful heaven. You don't mean it.
I do mean it.
Oh, poor dear Melinda.
Melissa.
Oh.
And here is the bequest in cash.
Scholarship for Emilio Carlotti, £400. Fall sweepstakes prize to Jerry Marley, £500. Purchase of worthless furniture as antiques from Mrs. Higgins.
What's our total now? Do you have the figures?
I was just checking them. We've given out a total of £15,400.
That's nearly $2,000 a month, just as we planned it.
I know.
Yeah, why are you so depressed today? And how many times have I told you to buy a new dress?
But I have, sir, each time you've told me.
Well, then each new one looks just like the old one.
Each new one is just like the old one.
Oh, that's absurd. Well, what about your hair? I told you to have it fixed, made softer.
Oh, I couldn't fluff it more than this.
Oh, couldn't you? Come here, Eileen.
Yes, Mr. Christopher?
Do you realize that the Lord made you beautiful because he wanted you that way?
Did he, sir?
Now, tomorrow I want your hair done properly. Do you understand? That's an order.
I'll try.
And you'll also try to walk more gracefully. Yeah, I know. Hand me that book.
This one?
Mm-hmm. Now, hold it there, on top of your head.
Like this? Must I?
Yes. Now, walk across the room. Keep your back straight. Go on.
No.
No?
It just happens, Mr. Christopher, that I saw that movie, too.
Movie?
Yes, Pygmalion.
Oh.
And if you have the idea of making a lady out of me, you're wasting your time.
But you are a lady in everything that matters.
I'm not. I'm a servant girl, and I know my place. What's England coming to if people keep trying to push out of their own class?
Maybe class distinctions aren't as important now as they used to be.
They are to me.
Eileen, listen to me. For months now I've wanted to tell you.
Mr. Christopher, we have work to do. Hadn't we better get back to it?
Dr. Rogers will see you now, Mr. Lane.
Thank you.
Hello, Chris.
Rogers, what do you know of Dr. Anton Marx?
Marx? I've met him. He's just come here from Budapest.
Yes, and there was a report in the paper this morning that he has a cure for leukemia. An operation.
I knew about that, Chris.
You knew?
Yes, and I decided not to tell you. Marx has a theory and nothing more. The operation he proposes has never been performed. Of course, any patient submitting to it would be serving science, I suppose, even if only by proving the theory false. But as to his surviving the operation...
Yes? What chance would he have?
Not more than 1 in 500.
And in my case, without the operation, how long have I?
Well, I can't be positive. You've altered things considerably by the life you're living now. If you'd gone on as you were, you wouldn't be on your feet today. You may have another 6 months, Chris.
I see. Well, I'll take my 6 months and forget Dr. Marx.
Good evening.
Well, you did wear the dress.
You said I had to. What's happening?
You'll see.
I finished the accounts. It's all spent.
Good. That means our job is done.
I know.
Eileen, come here.
Well?
Look.
A dinner party? But there are only 2 places.
Have you forgotten what night this is?
What night?
Our anniversary, Eileen. It was a year ago tonight that you discovered me in Burberry Street. And there's another reason. I wanted to give you this.
What is it?
A deed. A deed to a farm in Devonshire. Green rolling hills with flowers in the valleys. And just one house that looks painted against the sky.
But you shouldn't have done it.
Why should I give to everyone else and not to the one person who taught me the real joy of giving?
Oh, Mr. Christopher.
Eileen, will you go there with me? For whatever time is left. I know it's selfish of me, but...
I can't. You mustn't ask me.
I want you to marry me.
And who am I to marry you?
You're the girl I love, the girl who loves me.
And if I do love you, what does it matter? Does that make us any less far apart?
That makes no difference.
But it does. It must.
You're going to marry me.
No, I'm not. I'm going away. Our work is done. Our agreement's ended. So I'll just say goodbye, Mr. Christopher.
Eileen, you can't have understood.
Please
I
let
love
me
you.
go. Please let me go. And forgive me if I can't stay for the party. But I couldn't. Why did you have to put it into words?
Wait. At least let me send you home in a taxi.
No. If I'm going back to my own life, I'd as well start right now. I'll take the underground. Goodbye.
Eileen.
Pardon me, sir, but wouldn't you like more light in here?
No, and turn off that radio, will you?
You still wouldn't care for a little supper, sir?
No, just leave me alone.
This program
Very good,
to bring
sir.
a special news announcement. A serious accident occurred in the London Underground less than an hour ago.
Wait, don't turn that
An
off.
unknown number of persons are dead and scores injured in the crash near Burberry Street Station.
Burberry
So
Street?
the details
Mr.
will be
Lane, sir.
broadcast as soon as
What's
possible.
wrong?
We hope to bring the outcome.
course I've called the other hospitals. Are you sure she's not there? Yes, the name is Eileen Walsh. She's 19, about 5'2", and... What? Oh, my God.
And we've done everything possible, Mr. Lane. But with a spinal fracture, well...
There's no hope at all?
I'm sorry.
I may go in now?
Certainly.
Eileen.
Oh, Mr. Christopher. Now I really have spoiled the anniversary, haven't I? Funny, too. I ran to catch that train.
Eileen.
Yes.
Surely it doesn't matter now.
Matter.
The gentleman and the servant girl. That couldn't make a difference at a time like this.
I don't suppose it could.
I do love you, Eileen. So much.
And I love you, Christopher.
There surely is a clergyman in the hospital.
All right. I'd be happy to marry you.
And whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder.
Thank you, Father. Eileen.
About the teapot. You'd better give it to some girl who's not married.
I will.
And have it mended so she can make tea for her man when she finds him.
I'll have it mended.
Christopher.
Yes.
Would you tell me once again?
Tell you?
What it's like after. The green hills and the meadows and the houses like they were painted against the sky. Because what we call heaven is really
our fondest memories recaptured, our secret hopes all realized. And that's nothing to be afraid of because... Eileen. Goodbye, my darling.
Chris, it's still not too late for you to change your mind.
But I'm not going to, Rogers.
Oh, don't go through with it. I beg you. Forget that you ever heard of this operation.
Well, I did hear of it. And I'm glad. Now. All right, I'm ready.
Very well. We'll take him into surgery, nurse.
Rogers, there's just one thing.
Well?
The chances of my coming through this little session. What did you say they were?
1 in 500.
Can't you make it 1 in 1,000?
Thank you, boy. Beautiful performance. We'll have a word from our star, ladies and gentlemen, Herbert Marshall, in just a moment. Right now, though, I'd like to tell you about next Sunday's Silver Theater performance. Our star is a great favorite of yours, Cary Grant, who will appear in a story written especially for him. We're sure you'll want to hear Cary in his newest radio hit. And now, today's star, Herbert Marshall.
Thank you, Conrad. It's been fun treading the boards of your Silver Theater. And I'd like to bow in the direction of Miss Frances Robinson, who's really a grand little trooper. We ought to award her a medal or something.
Well, medals are kind of useless, Bart. How about something that every woman should be proud to own, proud to show her friends, too, huh?
You couldn't be an international sterling silver, could you, Conrad?
Well, Bart, every real lady deserves solid silver, doesn't she?
Well, then our heroine deserves a whole service of international sterling. Wrap it up, Conrad. And now I've got to be off. Thanks for everything, and I hope we get together again real soon. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Bart. We'd love to have you back again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is Conrad Nagel bidding you all good evening and thank you. See you next Sunday with Cary Grant.
In the meantime, remember, when you buy solid silver, be sure to look for the name of the world's foremost silver house, International Sterling Silver. Original music on today's program was composed and conducted by Felix Mills. This is Dick Joy speaking for International Sterling.
Herbert Marshall will be seen in the forthcoming RKO production Bill of Divorcement. Frances Robinson is appearing currently in the Universal picture The Invisible Man Returns. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From the NBC University Theater, a first radio production of the most challenging novel of 1949, George Orwell's 1984. Our star, Mr. David Niven. Herewith, a disturbing broadcast. A dramatization by Milton Wayne of George Orwell's 1984. In his current and very widely discussed novel, Mr. Orwell has projected the totalitarian techniques abroad in the world today to their terrible extreme. The plight of the individual in this world we leave you to assess for yourselves as you listen to the story of Mr. Winston Smith, portrayed today by the internationally known British actor David Niven. At intermission, we will bring you a commentary on Mr. Orwell's writing by another distinguished author, Mr. James Hilton. Here, then, is David Niven in George Orwell's 1984.
The clocks of London are striking 13. On this cold April day, you hurry to escape the vile wind. You slip quickly through the glass doors of Victory Mansions, though not quickly enough to prevent a swirl of gritty dust from entering along with you. The hallway smells of boiled cabbage and old rag mats. At one end of it, an enormous colored poster with a man's face more than 3 feet wide. The face, a ruggedly handsome 45 with a heavy black moustache.
Big Brother is watching you. What's that? Oh, no need to jump like that, Mr. Smith. I was just reading off what it says on that poster.
Oh, of course. 7 flights up to your flat. It's slow going for you, Winston Smith. Frail and underweight and 39 and tormented by a varicose ulcer above your right ankle. You have to rest several times on the way. On each landing, the poster with the enormous face looks down on you, and the eyes follow you.
Big Brother is watching you.
Everywhere, from every wall, from every building.
Big Brother is watching you.
You're in your flat, but you are not alone. You are never alone.
Thus, the total production of pig iron is 58,328,912 tons.
The voice comes from an oblong metal plaque like a dull mirror which forms part of the surface of the right-hand wall. You turn a switch, and the voice sinks somewhat. But there is no way of shutting it off completely. The telescreen receives and transmits simultaneously. So long as you remain in its field of vision, you can be seen as well as heard. And there is no way of knowing when the thought police might plug in on your wire. There is no way of knowing. You move over to the window.
War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength.
You stand at your window and you look down. You think with a vague distaste.
This is London. This, the chief city of Airstrip 1. The third most populous of the provinces of Oceania. Was it always like this? Always these rotting houses, their windows patched with cardboard, their roofs with corrugated iron, their crazy garden walls sagging in all directions? Was it always? When I was a child? But I can't remember. I can't remember. I never can.
You turn quickly from the window, and you go to the table in the small alcove where you are cut off from being seen by the telescreen. Quickly you take the secretly bought notebook, the archaic pen point and holder out of the drawer. What you are about to do can mean death.
It's not illegal to keep a diary. Nothing is illegal since there are no more laws. But if the thought police find out, it's death. Or at least 25 years in a forced labor camp.
You ink the pen, and you falter for just a second. A tremor goes through you.
I must start. I must mark the paper. April 4th, 1984. But how do I know? How can I be certain that that is 1984? No, it must be. I'm fairly sure that I'm 39. I believe I was born in 1944 or 45. But it's never possible nowadays to pin down any date within a year or two. But what difference does it make? How can I speak to the future? If it's like the present, no one will listen. If it's different, how will they understand the things happening now? I mustn't think about it. I must begin now. April 4th. Last night to the flicks, all war films. One of a ship full of refugees being bombed somewhere in the Mediterranean. Audience much amused by a shot of a helicopter firing at a man swimming away. He was full of holes. The sea round him turned pink. Audience shouting with laughter when he sank. And then you saw a lifeboat full of children with a helicopter over it.
You write on, wildly ridding your mind of painful memory. But as you write, another memory comes clear in your mind. It happened during the 2 minutes hate period at the ministry that very morning. After the chant of loyalty to Big Brother, Winston Smith noticed O'Brien, the big man wearing glasses and the black overalls of the powerful inner party. That morning, O'Brien had turned and his eyes had met Winston's. Winston knew that O'Brien was thinking the same thing as himself. It was as if O'Brien was saying,
I am with you. I know all about your contempt, your hatred, your disgust. But don't worry. I am on your side.
Then O'Brien's face was as inscrutable as everybody else's. But even that was a memorable event in the locked loneliness in which one had to live.
Down with Big Brother. Down with Big Brother. I'll fill the page with it or the whole book. Makes no difference now. The thought police will get me just the same. Even if I never put the pen to paper, I have committed thought crime. And for that, they're bound to get you. Sooner or later, but they'll get you. Always during the night, you simply disappear. Your name removed from the registers. Every record of you wiped out. You were abolished, annihilated, vaporized. They'll shoot me in the back. I don't care. Down with Big Brother. They overshoot you in the back of the neck. I don't care. Down with Big Brother.
Already? You sit still. Maybe they'll go away. The worst thing would be to delay. You get up, and you move heavily toward the door.
Oh, comrade, do you think you could come across and have a look at our kitchen sink? It's got blocked up and...
I'll see what I can do, Mrs. Parsons.
I'm sorry to bother you. Of course, it's only because Tom isn't home.
Amid the clutter of the flat, you notice the banners of the Youth League and the spies on the wall, and a full-size poster of Big Brother.
Don't mind the looks of the place. It's the children. They haven't been out today.
Have you got a spanner?
A spanner? I don't know. Perhaps the children...
Up with your hands!
The tough-looking boy springs at you with a pointed toy automatic pistol. He is dressed in the uniform of the spies.
Higher! Get them up higher!
Is high enough?
You're a traitor! You're a thought criminal!
Freddie, please let Mr. Smith fix the sink.
He's a traitor, a thought criminal!
Oh, he and his sister are disappointed because they couldn't go to the park to see the hanging of the Eurasian war prisoners.
Why can't we go? All the other children are going.
Take you next time.
Oh, that won't be for another month.
There, Mrs. Parsons, I think that does it.
Thank you, comrade. Say thank you, Freddie.
I will not. He's a traitor. He's a follower of Goldstein.
You go to the window. Down in the street, the wind flaps a torn poster with the word Ingsoc. You stand watching it.
The 3 sacred principles of Ingsoc. New speak, double think, the mutability of the past. What past? The past is dead. The future is unimaginable. I am alone, lost in a monstrous world. What living human creature is on my side? How do I know that the power of the party won't endure forever?
Like an answer, the 3 slogans on the white face of the Ministry of Truth come back to you.
War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength.
The telescreen strikes. You have to leave in 10 minutes to be back at your work at 14:30. You see the diary on the table.
Who am I writing it for? Only the thought police will read it before they wipe it out of existence and out of memory. But there are things I must say or I can't stay sane.
You go back to the table, dip your pen, and write.
To the future or to the past. To a time when thought is free, when men are different one from another and do not live alone. To a time when truth exists and what is done cannot be undone. From the age of uniformity, from the age of solitude, from the age of Big brother, from the age of doublethink, greetings. I am already dead, for I am committing thought crime, and thought crime is death.
You're just the man I was looking for.
Well, what can I do for you, Simon?
Tell me, have you got any razor blades?
Not one. I've been using the same for 6 weeks.
Keep the line moving. Next, please.
Did you go and see the prisoners hanged yesterday?
I was working. I'll see it on the flicks, I suppose.
A very inadequate substitute. It was a good hanging, Smith. I think it spoils it when they tie their feet together.
Next, please.
Oh, there's a table over there, under the telescreen. Let's pick up a gin on the way.
Simon, how's that dictionary of new speak getting on?
Slowly. I'm on the adjectives. It's fascinating.
Must do quite a job inventing new words.
Oh, that's not our chief job at all. We're destroying words. What sense is there in having a whole string of useless, vague words like excellent and splendid and all the rest of them? Plus good covers the meaning, or double plus good if you want something stronger still. Don't you see the beauty of that, Winston? It was BB's idea originally, of course.
Well, I know that's one of Big Brother's most revolutionary ideas.
Oh, it's not just words. In the end, we shall make thought crime impossible, because there will be no words in which to express it. Has it ever occurred to you, Winston, that by the year 2050, not a single human will be alive who could understand such a conversation as we're now having?
Oh, except the proletarians, of course.
Oh, the proletarians are not human beings. Proles and animals are free. The whole literature of the past will have been destroyed. Chaucer, Shakespeare, Milton, Byron, they'll exist only in newspeak versions.
Then they'll be changed into something different?
Well, even the slogans of the party will change. How can you have a slogan like, freedom is slavery, when the concept of freedom has been abolished? The whole climate of thought will be different. In fact, there will be no thought as we understand it now.
Hello. Mind if I sit down?
Not at all, Parsons.
By the way, old boy, I hear a little beggar of mine gave you a rough time yesterday.
I think he was a little upset at not going to the execution.
Oh, well, shows the right spirit, doesn't it? Oh, by the way, did you know what that little girl of mine did last Saturday, when her troop was on a hike out Berkhamsted way? She got 2 other girls to go with her, and spent the whole afternoon following a strange man. And then, when they got to Amersham, handed him over to the patrols.
What did they do that for?
My kid made sure he was some enemy agent. Might have been got by parachute. Pretty smart for a nipper of 7, eh?
What happened to the man?
That I couldn't say, of course, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was now an unperson.
Oh, good. Of course, we can't afford to take chances.
Oh, what I mean to say is there's a war on. I suppose you don't have any razor blades you can let me have? Huh?
Not one.
Just thought I'd ask you, old boy.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's back to work, old boy.
You sit in your flat, listening to the telescreen voice. The diary is open before you, but you are not writing. Once again, you feel the protest in your stomach, in your skin. The feeling that you've been cheated of something that you had a right to. You try, but you can't remember anything different. You turn to writing in your diary.
How can I know what used to be? There is the party slogan. Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. The party can thrust its hand into the past and say of this or that event, it never happened. And this is more terrifying than mere torture and death. The party says, reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It is the final, most essential command. Maybe I'm a lunatic. Perhaps a lunatic is simply a minority of one. But the obvious, the silly, the true, has got to be defended. The solid world exists. Stones are hard. Water is wet. Objects unsupported fall towards the earth's center. Freedom is the freedom to say that 2 plus 2 make 4. If that is granted, all else follows.
It's a dangerous thing you're doing now. You've walked for several miles through the proletarian section where the thought police would have many questions to ask if they found you. Now you find yourself inside the junk store where you had bought the diary.
I recognized you on the pavement. You're the gentleman that bought the keepsake album.
I was passing. I just looked in. I don't want anything in particular, Mr. Charrington.
It's just as well, because I don't suppose I could have satisfied you. Between you and me, the antique trade's just about finished. Now, there's another room upstairs that you might care to see.
You lived here at one time?
Until my wife died. Now, don't you think this is a quiet, cozy room.
There's no telescreen.
I never had one of those things. Now, if you happen to be interested in old prints, here, sir. The frame's fixed to the wall, but I could unscrew it for you, I dare say.
I know that building, Mr. Charrington. It's a ruin now. It's in the middle of the street outside the Palace of Justice.
That's right, sir. It was a church at one time. St. Clement's Dane, its name was. Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's.
What's that?
Oh, that was a rhyme we had when I was a little boy, a full 60 years ago.
How does it go on?
I don't remember, but I do know how it ended up. Here comes a candle to light you to bed. Here comes a chopper to chop off your head. It was a kind of dance, and when they came to, here comes a chopper to chop off your head, they brought their arms down and caught you. It was just the names of churches. All the London churches were in it, all the principal ones, that is.
I never knew it had been a church.
Oh, there's lots of them left, really, though they've been put to other uses. How did the rhyme go? I've got it. You owe me 3 farthings, say the bells of St. Martin's. There now. That's as far as I can get. A farthing. That was a small copper coin. Looked something like a cent.
Where was St. Martin's?
That's still standing in Victoria Square. It's the building where they have the models of the rock bonnets and the floating fortresses and the pictures of enemy atrocities. St. Martin's in the Fields, it used to be called.
You leave, Mr. Charrington. You should never have come back here without knowing if the old man could be trusted. You start down the street. You'll come back to buy the engraving of St. Clement's Dane and carry it home hidden under the jacket of your overalls. And you'll even drag the rest of the poem out of Mr. Charrington's memory.
Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement. You owe me 3 farthings, say the...
Suddenly, your heart turns to ice. A figure in blue overalls is coming toward you. A dark-haired girl in her 20s. The narrow scarlet sash of the Junior Anti-Sex League is wound around her waist. You know her, but you've never spoken to her. She looks straight into your face, then walks on quickly as though she hadn't seen you. For a few seconds, you're too paralyzed to move. Then you turn and walk heavily away.
It's at night they come for you. Always at night. The proper thing is to kill yourself before they get you. And they'll get you. Once you've succumbed to thought crime, you're dead.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you David Niven in a radio version of George Orwell's 1984. And now, our intermission commentator, the distinguished author, Mr. James Hilton.
George Orwell is a distinguished English writer who is desperately concerned, as many others of us are today, with the shape of things to come. And he is also aware that such earlier prophecies as those of Mr. Wells and Mr. Aldous Huxley were not so much incorrect as incomplete, and are now in need of restatement and revision before a modern audience. Thus, Mr. Wells forecasts the engulfment of modern civilization in total war. But war, says Mr. Orwell, is not all, nor is it quite the worst imaginable thing. And as long ago as 1932, Mr. Huxley satirized the regimented state in his book called Brave New World. But some people in those days probably missed the satire and thought that with all its mass production techniques and scientific management, Mr. Huxley's New World might even be worth looking forward to. But today, no one is so naive as that. Indeed, the crisis of our civilization is in some danger of becoming a cliché for after-dinner speakers. Mr. Orwell, however, is the first writer to warn us in the form of fictional satire what might conceivably happen if all the worst features that exist anywhere in our modern world were to prevail over all the others, and if, in addition, all these worst features were to spread all over the earth. Since the story is told with nightmarish detail and inexorable logic, the commentator can perhaps serve best by a few mild warnings of his own. First, that despite any easy assumptions that might readily and even excusably occur to both listener and reader, Mr. Orwell's satire does not bear exclusively against any one country. Certain early symptoms of that breakdown of the human soul which he forecasts are diagnosable in all countries today. And most of us also, to a greater or less extent, are already victims of certain types of doublethink. And it would be a useful private exercise to examine near home for such instances, as well as to recognize them more spectacularly in other parts of the world. Personally, I find Mr. Orwell's picture horrible and timely and fascinating. It will probably take its place among the memorable works of its kind, both for its technical virtuosity and for the sort of intellectual passion that pervades it throughout. Mr. Orwell is, as we say, burned up about the state of the world, but the fuel of that fire is not only in the world, but in his own mind. This is what makes the satirist at all times and in all ages, and it's why, having read Mr. Orwell's 1984, you may not feel you'd like to meet any of its characters, but you do feel you'd like to meet Mr. Orwell, if only for an argument. Outside of literature, however, it might be said that 1984 suffers from a philosophic flaw inherent in all such prophetic fiction. It does not allow for the fact that history is not an exact science, perhaps not even a science at all, and that any equation of the future is bound to contain many variables. And yet, with all the reservations some of us might make, this book that Mr. Orwell has written deserves our serious attention. It is not a likable story, and one may hope and even believe that it is not a likely story either. But when we think of all that has happened throughout the world during our own lifetimes, it does not seem quite an impossible story.
Thank you, Mr. Hilton.
It's the middle of the morning. You've left the work cubicle to go to the lavatory. A solitary figure comes toward you from the other end of the long, brightly lit corridor. It's the girl with the dark hair. 4 days ago, you ran into her outside the junk shop. She's about 10 feet from you.
Oh, are you hurt?
Nothing. My arm. I'll be all right in a second.
You haven't broken anything?
No, I'm all right. It just hurt for a moment, that's all.
Here, let me help you up.
Thanks. I'll be all right. I only gave my wrist a bit of a bang. Thanks, comrade.
She walks off briskly. While you were helping her up, she slipped something into your hand. A scrap of paper folded into a square. You will open it when you are away from the telescreens in the corridor and in the lavatory.
Whatever's on the paper, it must have some kind of political meaning. She's an agent of the thought police. They have reasons for the message. Maybe a threat, a summons, an order to commit suicide, a trap. Maybe not that at all. Maybe a note from an underground organization. Perhaps the Brotherhood exists after all. No, absurd. The message means only one thing. Death.
10 minutes later, in your cubicle, you open it. In a large, unformed handwriting.
I love you.
It's hard to conceal your agitation from the telescreen.
I've got to get in touch with her. Arrange a meeting somewhere. I don't know her name or where she lives. I can't follow her home. That would mean loitering outside the ministry, bound to be noticed. There's one place, the canteen, at a table by herself, not too near the telescreen, with a chatter of conversation all around. For only 30 seconds. For only a few words.
A week goes by. At last it happens. You both sit eating the watery stew. You continue eating and you don't look up.
What time do you leave work?
18:30.
Where can we meet?
Victory Square, near the monument.
Full of telescreens.
Doesn't matter if there's a crowd.
Any signal?
No. Don't come up until you see me among a lot of people. And don't look at me. Just keep somewhere near me.
What time?
19 hours.
All right.
Get Sunday afternoon off.
Yes.
Then listen carefully. Go to Paddington Station. Take train 14 to Fenchurch. Turn left outside the station and you'll come to a gate with a top bar missing. Go across that field to a track between bushes. Stay on that until you come to a dead tree with moss on it. Can you remember that?
Yes.
You turn left, then right, then left again, and the gate's got no top bar.
Yes, what time?
About 15. You may have to wait. I'll get there by another way. Are you sure you remember everything?
Yes.
Then get away from me as quick as you can.
Here we are. I didn't want to say anything in the lane in case there was a mic hidden there. We're all right here, though.
I didn't meet any patrols. I watched for them all the way from the station.
Oh, we're safe here. What are you grinning at?
Would you believe that till this moment, I didn't know the color of your eyes? Now that you've seen what I'm really like, can you still bear to look at me?
Yes, easily.
I'm 39 years old. I've got a wife I can't get rid of. I've got varicose veins, and I've got 5 false teeth.
I couldn't care less.
Darling.
Oh, darling. Precious. Oh, my dearest, dearest love. We've got the whole afternoon. Isn't this...
What's your name?
Julia. I know yours. It's Winston. Winston Smith.
How did you find that out?
I expect I'm better at finding out things than you are, dear. Tell me, what did you think of me before that day I gave you the note?
I hated the sight of you. I wanted to hurt you, murder you. If you really want to know, I imagined that you had something to do with the thought police.
Oh, no. Not the thought police.
Well, perhaps not exactly that, but from your general appearance, merely because you're young and fresh and healthy, I thought that probably...
You thought I was a good party member. And you also thought that if I had a quarter of a chance, I'd denounce you as a thought criminal and get you killed off.
Yes, something of that kind. Well, a great many young girls are like that, you know.
This bloody sash that does it. Wait, I'll rip the thing off. There. Have a piece of chocolate.
Where did you get this?
Black market.
You're very young. 10 years younger than I am. What could attract you in a man like me?
As soon as I saw you, I knew you were against them. Against the party. Against the bloody rotten swine in the inner party.
Julia, listen. I'm against the purity the party preaches and the goodness. I don't want any virtue to exist anywhere. I want everyone to be corrupt to the bones.
Well, then, I ought to suit you, dear. I'm corrupt to the very bones.
You'll never go back to the clearing in the wood. You and Julia can meet only in the streets, in a different place every evening, and never for more than a half hour at a time. You don't even discuss the possibility of getting married. No committee would sanction it, even if Catherine could somehow be gotten rid of. It's hopeless, even as a daydream.
What was she like, your wife?
She was, you know the newspeak word good thinkful, meaning naturally orthodox, incapable of thinking of bad thoughts.
I know the kind of person right enough. Everything is always our duty to the party.
How do you know that?
I've been at school too, dear. Why didn't you shove her off the cliff? I would have.
Perhaps if I'd been the same person I am now.
Are you sorry you didn't?
I am now.
Are you sorry you didn't?
Yes. On the whole, I'm sorry I didn't. But it doesn't really matter. In this game we're playing, we can't win. We are the dead.
We're not dead yet.
Not physically. 6 months, a year, 5 years conceivably. I'm afraid of death. You're young, so you're more afraid of it. We put it off as long as we can, but it makes very little difference.
Oh, rubbish. Don't you enjoy being alive? Look, darling, I'm real. I'm solid, alive. Don't you like that?
Yes, I like that.
Stop talking about dying, then. Where shall we meet next time?
Julia, I've rented the room for Mr. Charrington.
Sooner or later we'll be caught.
I know, it's madness.
Yes. Wait for me there, day after tomorrow. Wait. Just let me show you what I've brought. Look here. Go on, open it.
Sugar.
Real, not saccharine. And here, a loaf of white bread. But look, this is the one I'm really proud of.
Coffee. Real coffee.
There's a whole kilo here.
How'd you manage to get hold of all these things?
Oh, it's all in a party stuff. And look, I've got a little packet of tea, too.
Real tea, not blackberry leaves.
Been a lot of tea about lately. They captured India or something. But listen, dear, I want you to turn your back on me for a bit. And don't turn around till I tell you. You can turn around now. Well?
Beautiful. I've never seen a woman of the party with cosmetics on her face. And scent, too.
Yes, dear. And scent, too. And do you know what I'm going to do next? I'm going to get hold of a real woman's frock and silk stockings and high heels. Oh, darling, in this room, I'm going to be a woman, not a party comrade. A woman. I'll make some coffee in another moment. We've still got an hour. What time do they cut the lights off at your flats?
23:30.
It's 23 at the hospital.
Hi! Get out of there, you filthy brute!
What was it?
A rat. I saw his beastly nose. Oh, there's a hole down there.
Rats? In this room?
Oh, they're all over. Some parts of London are just swarming with them. A woman daren't leave a baby alone for 2 minutes. It's the great, huge brown ones that do it, and the brutes always
Don't go on!
Darling, what's the matter?
Oh, of all the horrors in the world, a rat!
Oh, no, darling, no. Now, don't worry. We're not going to have the filthy brutes in here. I'll stuff the hole before we go. Oh, come on. Help me make the coffee. Darling, I've been meaning to ask you. That picture over there on the wall, would that be about 100 years old?
More. 200, I dare say. I can't tell. It's impossible to discover the age of anything nowadays.
What is that place? I've seen it before somewhere.
It's a church, or at least it used to be. St. Clement's Dane, its name was. Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's.
You owe me 3 farthings, say the bells of St. Martin's. I can't remember how it goes after that. But anyway, I remember it ends up, here comes a candle to light you to bed. Here comes a chopper to chop off your head.
Who taught you that?
My grandfather. He was vaporized when I was 8. I wonder what a lemon was.
Oh, I can remember lemons. They were quite common in the 50s. They were so sour, it set your teeth on edge even to smell them.
Oh, dear. I suppose it's almost time we were leaving. I should start washing this paint off. I'll get the lipstick off your face afterwards.
It happens at last. The expected message comes. We're walking down the long corridor of the ministry. You turn around. It's O'Brien.
I was reading one of your Newspeak articles the other day. You take a scholarly interest in Newspeak, I believe. Well, hardly scholarly. I'm only an amateur. I've never had anything to do with the construction of the language. But you write it very elegantly. Have you seen the 10th edition of the Newspeak Dictionary? No, I didn't think it had been issued yet. A few advance copies have been circulated. I have one myself. It might interest you to look at it, perhaps. Yes, very much so. Some of the new developments are most ingenious. Let me see. Perhaps you could pick it up at my flat sometime that suited you. Wait. Let me give you my address. Julia, darling, it was like a message, as if O'Brien was saying, if you ever want to see me, this is where I can be found.
But he's an important member of the inner party, dear. If it's a trap...
Darling, this is part of something that happened years ago. First, it was a secret, involuntary thought. Then I started a diary. I'd moved from thoughts to words, and now from words to action.
Where will it end?
In the ministry of love. I've accepted that. The end was contained in the beginning. Has it ever occurred to you that the best thing for us to do would be simply to walk out of here before it's too late and never see each other again?
Yes, dear. It's occurred to me several times. But I'm not going to do it all the same.
We've been lucky. It can't last much longer.
What you do, I'm going to do.
We may be together for another 6 months, a year. There's no knowing. At the end, we're certain to be apart. Do you realize how utterly alone we shall be? When once they get hold of us, there's nothing either of us can do for the other. If I confess, they'll shoot you. If I don't, they'll shoot you just the same. Neither of us will even know whether the other is alive or dead. The one thing that matters is that we shouldn't betray one another. Although even that can't make the slightest difference.
Everybody always confesses. You can't help it. They torture you.
I don't mean confessing. Confession is not betrayal. What you say or do doesn't matter. Only feelings matter. If they could mean you, That would be the real betrayal.
They can't do that. They can make you say anything, but they can't make you believe it. They can't get inside of you.
No, that's quite true. They can't get inside you. If you can feel that staying human is worthwhile, even when it can't have any result whatever, then you've beaten them.
Darling, whenever it is you go to O'Brien, I'm going with you.
Just a moment. You can turn it off.
Yes, Winston. We have that privilege. Well, shall I say it, or will you?
I'll say it. That thing is really turned off?
Yes. Everything is turned off. We're alone.
All right. We have come here because we believe that there is some kind of secret conspiracy, some kind of secret organization working against the party, and that you are involved in it. We want to join it and work for it. We are enemies of the party. We disbelieve in the principles of Ingsoc. We are thought criminals. We are also adulterers. I tell you this because we want to put ourselves at your mercy.
Yes. First, let us all take a drink. I think it's fitting that we should begin by drinking a health. To our leader. To Emmanuel Goldstein.
Then there is such a person as Goldstein?
Yes, and he's alive. Where, I don't know.
And the conspiracy, the organization, it is real? It's not simply an invention of the thought police?
No, it's real. The Brotherhood, we call it. You'll never know much more about it than that it exists, and that you belong to it. I'll come back to that presently. Now for the matter. What are you prepared to do?
Anything we are capable of.
You are prepared to give your lives?
Yes.
To commit murder?
Yes.
To commit acts of sabotage which may cost the deaths of hundreds of innocent people?
Yes.
To cheat, to forge, to blackmail, to corrupt the minds of children, to distribute habit-forming drugs, to do anything which is likely to weaken the power of the party?
Yes.
You are prepared to commit suicide if and when we order it?
Yes.
You are prepared, the two of you, to separate and never see one another again?
No.
No. You did well to tell me. You understand that you'll be fighting in the dark. Later, I shall send you a book from which you will learn the true nature of the society we live in and the strategy by which we shall destroy it. Without hope. We are the dead. Our only true life is in the future. You carry a briefcase to work?
As a rule, yes.
What is it like?
Oh, black, very shabby, 2 straps.
Good. One day soon in the street, a man will touch you on the arm and say, I think you've dropped your briefcase. The one he gives you will contain a copy of Goldstein's book. You'll return it within 14 days. You must leave in a couple of minutes. We shall meet again. If we do meet again.
In the place where there is no darkness?
In the place where there is no darkness. In the meantime, is there anything you wish to say before you leave? Any question?
Yes. Did you ever hear an old rhyme that begins, Oranges and lemons, hear the bells of St. Clements?
Yes, Winston. Oranges...